Dear colleagues, partners, stakeholders, GTS officers, I would like to welcome you to Athens, to the historical building complex of NTUA, and to the final conference of the INNOMED-UP project in person and online. It's great pleasure for us to meet you in the School of Architecture of NTUA. I'm here today with my double role as the Dean of the School of Architecture and as a member of the NTUA research team. The National Technical University of Athens is the oldest and most prestigious public university in Greece, offering high-quality education to young architects set within a historic environment. Our students have the unique opportunity to learn and enjoy long hours within the Αβέρωφ building, an architectural landmark within the surrounding neoclassical complex, which was awarded the Europe and Austria Heritage Award in 2013, and in which 6 days ago was hosted the Prize Pritzker Awards 2023. The Αβέρωφ building is in itself a living lesson in Athenian architecture, as well as an example of architectural preservation excellence. The core of the INNOMED-UP, promoting upcycling in circular economy through innovation and education for creative industries in Mediterranean cities project, reinforces many of the contemporary challenges of our schools' research and teaching experience through the use of innovative tools for mapping and promotion of policies and actions for the revitalization of the historic centers of Mediterranean cities in relation to the inclusion of the circular economy in the value chain of SMEs in the traditional and new sectors of the creative and cultural industry. I'd like to remind you that the key concept of INNOMED-UP project focuses on Mediterranean cities, which face the problem of overwhelming waste production, demanding effective and urgent actions. Circular economy principles may offer a solution to this problem. A remarkable percentage of urban production in city centers is represented by cultural and creative industries, CCIs. The involvement of CCIs in circular economy schemes is of great importance. Although there are disparities between cities in the north and the south of the Mediterranean Sea, Mediterranean cities share common cultural characteristics. Therefore, by building on their common identity and by integrating into their productive schemes the principles of circular economy, Mediterranean cities can create resilient urban environments and communities, establishing a supportive framework for CCI SMEs clustering. INNOMED-UP works with CCIs to shift local urban economies towards a circular production and consumption paradigm, including optimal use of material resources, innovation, enhancement for SME, knowledge transfer amongst med-cities, social inclusion, and citizens' engagement. The project works at cross-border level, contributing with the technological development while sustaining traditional organizational cooperation schemes and recycling practices that the EU-MP have abandoned. The School of Architecture focuses, among other topics, on the complex problems at the central area of Athens, as well as the correlations, similarities, and differences with other central areas on a European and international level. In this way, the processes and the results of the implementation of INNOMED-UP project is an added value for our teaching and research experience. I'd like to thank all of you, all of the partners, our research team, and administrative staff of NTUA, and of course the GTS officers, and I'd like to thank deeply Emeritus Professor Dr. Sofia Vierinou Kolonia, who was and is the mother of that project. Thank you very much. Sofia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Professor Irini Klabatzea. I would like to welcome all of you here. First, our partners from South Mediterranean, Professor Shadi from Birzeit University, Obaida and her team from Jordan, and our friends from Municipality of Tunis, Mrs. Semia and Kemal, and also our partners from Italy, from Cresm, Alessandro, an old friend, and Marco, and the team of Prato. I'm seeing here Lorena, Besnik, Paolo, Marta, Professor, who is Professor? So also the NTUA team, our stakeholders that are here with us, the Hellenic Confederation of Professional Craftsmen and Merchants, Athens Chamber for Small, Medium and Industries, Athens Trade Association, Mr. Antoniou, Silver and Goldsmith Association of Athens, and Athens Development and Destination Agency, Mr. Biskos. So we have started our final conference after so many difficulties and obstacles because of the pandemic. Finally, we are here today, and I hope that we will have a very good final conference. So let me invite in the floor our GTS officer, Mr. Dr. Khaled El Sadani, and then we will start with the keynote speech by Mr. Antonis Mavropoulos. Thank you. Thank
you, sir. So, good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like, on behalf of INI-CBC Med program, I would like to thank National Technical University of Athens for this invitation and organizer of this final conference. And our special thanks to Sofia and the whole team for the effort during 4 years, starting from 2019 of INNOMED-UP project until the end of this day, the final conference. And we consider INNOMED-UP project one of the successful project in ICBC Med program, and the model that INNOMED-UP introduced for integration, circular economy in the Mediterranean cities and the cluster cities. It is one of the successful impact of INNOMED-UP in Greece, Italy, Palestine, Jordan, Tunisia. And thank you all. I would like also to thank all of you, the participants, stakeholders, the partners, and I wish to all of you successful conference. Thank you very much.
Mr. Antonis Mavropoulos, who is the CEO of Environmental Planning Engineering, E.P. It is our partner one for the keynote speech.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to such an audience after a very successful project. And I will speak a little bit about some key outcomes from the project as they appeared in my mind trying to create this keynote lecture. So first, let me find my presentation. Okay, I found it. So I'm going to talk about creativity and circularity. I think with the term circularity, more or less, it's clear what we mean. We mean the possibilities to develop closed loops for certain materials. Either the loops are expanding the lifetime of the use or utilizing waste streams for another purpose. And with the term creativity, we use the tendency to imagine and discover new ideas. Either they are about technical issues or communication or just art. So, during the whole project, the discussion about circularity and creativity was at the center of everything we did, of everything we discovered through this project. So I think it will be good to generalize some ideas about it. So I'm going to speak about circular economy as a restriction that we need to consider. Then I'm going to guide you a little bit through the role of restrictions as keys for creativity. And finally, I'm going to talk about creativity as a driver for circular economy and the necessity of judging, which I will explain later what it is. Let's start from this. Let's talk about circular economy as a restriction. So what is the problem we face today worldwide? The problem we face today is that there are 9 different planetary boundaries, which means specific physical, chemical parameters, most of them very well defined, other we are in the effort to define them. And we know very well that when these parameters are kept in a certain range, then we can sustain life as you know it. The problem we have is now that in some of these parameters, we are going out of the range that sustains life. We are moving out of the planetary boundaries or beyond what we call safe operating space. One of these boundaries is the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere. Another is the concentration of nitrogen and phosphorus in water. And I'm not going to guide you through that, but the problem is that today we are going out of the safe operating space. And we really don't know what it means for the world and the life on Earth. Now, this is kind of an impact of what we call Anthropocene. Anthropocene is considered a new geological era on Earth, which tries to portray the fact that human impacts on Earth are of the magnitude of geological impacts. So if you see how things are moving at the Anthropocene, you can see here a blue line. The blue line shows the acceleration of our social metabolism. Either we measure it by population or by energy or by environmental footprint. It's continuously going on. After each industrial revolution, it's going higher. Then there is a green line, which is the capacity of the natural ecosystems to absorb the impact of human activities. As you can imagine, it's going down. And our natural ecosystems are becoming more and more saturated with pollution. They are facing loss of biodiversity. And of course, moving out of the planetary boundaries means that the future anthropogenic activities will have less and less space to be absorbed. Now, this is a way to describe the problem, but you know, metaphors are very important when you talk about creativity. So I use another metaphor to explain exactly the same thing. This is our economy in the center of the world. We take matter and energy, and we have inside our economy, our society, our technomic materials, our technosphere, and then out of the economy, it's going out pollution in the form of matter and energy losses. Now, as our economy grows, what's happening is really that our economy is violating the planetary boundaries. It's becoming bigger than the ecosystem can afford. And this is, for me, the #1 problem of our era. The #1 problem that the fourth industrial revolution will make it even more important. So if this is the case, then we really have to understand planetary boundaries as a restriction to be considered in each and every move we make. Let me give you an example. What you can see here is the forecast from the IPCC report on 2022 about climate change emissions in CO2 equivalents. So as we are moving now, this curve shows that we will continue to increase CO2 emissions. The blue curve is the way we have to deal with emissions in order to avoid an increase of the temperature more than 1.5 degrees of Celsius, which is considered the safe operating space. And the green one is the same curve to avoid 2 degrees. Now, how we deal with this problem? Let's do it practically. So this line considers where we are now, or more or less where we are going to be next years, if everything goes okay and we are able to stabilize. This line shows where we need to be in order to keep moving in the safe operating space. So that's a typical engineering problem, how to go from here to here. Now, this line is too steep. That's the problem. We need to reduce CO2 emissions very fast, and that creates a lot of problems to our societies. Of course, we can move another way. We can reduce the inclination of the line and do it smoother. But in that case, we don't know if in the time period between the two lines, we will be at the safe operating space. So we have two problems here. First, this is way too steep to keep our societies in balance. Second, the longer the pathways, the more the vulnerability and the risks. And finally, the longer the pathway, the more unstable the ground. It's a very typical engineering problem, and obviously, speaking to people that are familiar with engineering, one of the solutions is spiral. You can use spiral to cover the gap between the two lines with a much bigger distance, so reduce the inclination. And to tell you the truth, this is something that is very close to reality, and it can be done. As an example, what you can see here is the Kawazu-Nanadaru Loop Bridge in Japan, which resolved exactly the same problem in physical boundaries, not only in our imagination. If this can be done, our adaptation to climate change realities can be done too, through what we call the spiral economy. And this is something we need to consider very carefully from now on. We have to take very carefully into consideration the restrictions posed by planetary boundaries and find a way to adapt to them without putting our societies out of stability. I would say that for circular economy, there are 3 universal restrictions. Everyone who wants to develop a circular economy approach, it has to respect first global warming and the CO2 concentration in the atmosphere. Second, the tremendous loss of biodiversity that characterizes the last 60 years. And finally, the tremendous increase of pollution, even if it's not that obvious to our world. These three sets of restrictions are necessary to frame any effort for circular economy. And this is why I started saying that circular economy should be considered as a restriction through this approach. Now, let's move to the second part. Restriction is a key for creativity. I don't know if you are familiar with the work of Michael Johansson. He is a Danish architect. Johansson considers his work framed by real physical boundaries. So what you can see here and here is work that he's doing, trying to fit in a certain physical framework, lots of discarded materials. As he's saying, the restrictions posed by the physical framework inspire him to develop more and more innovative approaches. Well, of course, I'm pretty sure you all know that someone asked Ernest Hemingway to write a story with just 6 words. Hemingway came back with this short story, For Sale, Baby Shoes Never Worn. So this is a 6-word story that allows your imagination to develop any kind of thousands of word scenarios about it. And last but not least, I think you should be familiar with Phil Hansen. Phil Hansen was a painter who had an injury and lost his ability to make straight lines. So instead of that, he started to develop new techniques, and he found out that for him it's much easier to design on surfaces that are curved, like coffee cups. So Phil Hansen developed a new technique, and he said that we need first to be limited in order to become limitless. So at the end, restrictions can really stimulate creativity. But if restrictions are key to unlock creativity, then the type of restrictions imposed drives a certain direction for our creativity. And I recognize 2 different directions for our creativity. One direction, as you can see here, is to consider endless economic growth as the main restriction. We change everything, but we leave endless economic growth intact. The second direction is to consider planetary boundaries intact and change everything to respect it. This is the big discussion in our science and in our world today. And these 2 types of creativity result in different outcomes. If you choose to leave endless economic growth intact, then you have what I call creativity number 1. You go through optimization, you increase efficiency, and you continue to produce more, cheaper, and faster. This is a creativity to sustain growth in markets. If you choose to respect planetary boundaries, then you have creativity type 2. You have to repurpose every activity. You have to become more effective, not just more efficient. You have to control resource consumption. And this is a creativity to sustain life and societies. Now, this goes back again to the real big discussion about sacrificing effectiveness for efficiency. Let me give you an example about it. Take the case of plastics. What is done today is that we're continuously increasing plastic production, and we are trying to increase recycling and let the industry grow. Now, one way to increase efficiency is what is already done. We produce more plastics with less materials, less labor, and less energy. So we advance recycling to rebalance, in a way, the increased environmental footprint of plastic production. Another way is to ask the markets to reduce plastic use as much as they can and when they can, and ban single-use plastics as a symbolic but important measure that shows that finally you have to reduce or eliminate some kind of plastics. Both these greener ways, both are greener, but one is a little bit more efficient, the other is a little bit more effective. But if you want to do everything in the right way, you have to put a ceiling in plastic production. Of course, the industry will not like it, but that's the case, as you put a ceiling in CO2 emissions. And you have to slow down the industry and innovate to alternatives. Otherwise, you continue sacrificing efficiency, effectiveness for efficiency. Or take this one. We are talking a lot about circular economy in cars. And the core of circular economy in cars in many cases is to recycle cars, recycle electric car batteries and stuff like this. But effectiveness means to invest in mass transportation, because these require less cars, much more public fleets, much better transportation services. And at the end of the day, this is not going to have an impact on the cars on the road and the emissions, but also on the physical space required for different activities. Again, saying that we are going to recycle more cars and better to continue selling more is sacrificing effectiveness for efficiency. Now, let me close with some thought about creativity as a driver for circular economy. So, at the beginning, the world was circular. What do we mean circular? We mean that the economy, the human societies, they were producing waste, they were using materials and energy, and they were producing waste outcomes that could be really easily absorbed, and that's circulated within the environment. Now, today it has become linear. Why? Because it cannot be absorbed. We produce too much waste, too much pollution, too fast to be absorbed by natural cycles. We want to make it circular again. What does it mean? It means we need to reduce the speed and the amount of the materials emitted. So, we have real restrictions here. And we have to dive into the restrictions to become more creative. First of all, 71% of all resources you use cannot be recycled or reused. 44% of them are energy resources, and 27% of them are additional material put in our stocks, in our buildings, in our infrastructure. So whatever we talk about circular economy is about the rest 29%. Now, for the rest 29%, we have to consider our dependence on fossil fuels. If we want to move to circular economy, we need to reduce the use of fossil fuels. But that's not equivalent of using more renewable. It's not the same. It's two different approaches. And in addition to that, to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels, we need to make less stuff than we make now. Less cars, less mobile phones, fewer microchips, fewer buildings. We need to slow down the social metabolism of our societies. Now, the problem is that most of the circular economy mainstream narrative wants to use circular economy as a way to continue economic growth. And that's really a huge problem because it has an impact on the imagination about what circular economy could be. And finally, even if we achieve these recycling targets in this restricted version of circular economy to combine it with economic growth, we will have another problem. If you want to recycle everything, then you have to avoid the very composite structures of materials that we use today. And you have to make everything from simple, natural materials that can be easily recycled. So all these are a set of restrictions to approach circular economy. Let me put it in another way. This is the current transition dynamics. This is the linear economy regime. The linear economy regime pushes hard to optimize the system, to make it more efficient. If we want to develop a new regime to slow down social metabolism, then we have to take some resources from here and put them in experimentation. And then we have to reduce the resources there and increase acceleration of the good experimental outcomes. And then we have to create new emergent properties for materials and society and institutionalize them. We are really in the fight between the old and the new system. And our personal contribution and involvement will play a role on what will be the outcome. Well, I believe somehow our societies are trapped in the economic orthodoxy of continuous growth. I think it's like this cat. This cat is really addicted to her box. It's obvious that she cannot fit inside the box, but she's continuously trying that. She cannot imagine her life out of it. This is the way we are dealing our economies today. We are so reluctant to change our economies that we try to fit our needs, our world, our environment in the very narrow suite of our economies. So let's keep this one. If we want to make something circular, then we need to reduce its environmental footprint. We cannot make circular a world that is continuously expanding. And if we do that, then there is a way to link effectiveness and efficiency. We need more effectiveness when we rethink, reuse, and upcycle things, and more efficiency when you recycle and reduce. So using this way, we can bridge the gap and stop the tendency between efficiency and effectiveness. As an example, you can see here, this is clothes made from orange residues in Barcelona. It's a cooperation of different universities with one company we are working with. And this is a sample of what can be done in a place where we have every day the consumption of 300,000 oranges. Of course, this will not resolve the problem because this will increase the efficiency, not necessarily the effectiveness of the project. Now, if we want to talk about circular creativity, we need circular innovation. And here, we propose 4 elements for circular innovation. First, circular innovation should result in materials moving slower and use them longer. Second, it has to result in approaches that allow the closing of the loops. Third, it has to be with less pollution. It has to be capable to be regenerated in a clean way. And finally, it has to be a narrow cycle, using less material than we do now. And of course, innovation needs to be systemic. It's not just the era of old-type inventors that they had an idea. Now we have to map out innovation and see all the different interactions between the elements in place. Now I'm going to finish with juicing, which I call the innovation in circular economy in the era of the 4th Industrial Revolution. Juicing stands for jumping out of the system. It can be applied to many different concepts. It's a way to being creative, but beyond optimization. And let me finish with this example. When I was a student in NTUA, we had a very nice lesson on aerodynamics of cars. So typically in this lesson, the professor was giving us a specific car, and he was asking to find out how we can reduce the friction with the road, how we can increase fuel efficiency, how we can increase final speed, and stuff like this. What we did finally after 6 months of work was to come out and say, if we do this and this and this, we will increase the speed of car by 1%, or we will decrease fuel consumption by 2%, or 0.5. Even 0.5 was considered a good result. Now, this is the way cars are evolved, by continuous optimization. And by the way, this is the reason that if you see cars of similar classes, they are very similar. It's the result of the same process from different engineers. Now, this was good, and thousands of engineers worked on that. But I think we were optimizing the wrong thing. So if you look at cars, you will find out that a typical American car spends 96% of its time parked, 2.6% of its time driving, 0.5% sitting in congestion, and 0.8% looking for parking. With the new information systems in place, with the Internet of Things, it's becoming obvious that the right thing to optimize is not the speed or the friction with the road, but the use of cars. you can have cars as a service. And this is the new unimaginable opportunities that are opening through the fourth industrial revolution. And this is the way you need to think. If the Wall Street Journal is speaking about the end of car ownership, then how important it is for us to continue optimizing speed, friction, and fuel consumption. We have to think big. We have to go out of the typical restrictions. We need to consider circular economy as a restriction that boosts creativity. We need to choose the restrictions that sustain life and not the ones that sustain markets and growth. Our era calls for creativity and innovation beyond optimization. And finally, we need not just to think out of the box, but to get rid of the box of economic orthodoxy. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonis, for this trip from circularity to creativity. Thank you very much. And thank you for all of your contribution during the project. Your contribution was very, very important for us. Thank you. So I would like to ask if Mr. Antoniou from Association of Commercial Association of Athens and Mr. Biskos from, if you like to address a short.
Okay. Dear all, I'm very proud to represent Athens Traders Association INNOMED-UP program, promoting upcycling circular economy through innovation, education for creative industries in Mediterranean cities, including Athens. Our association and me personally, we have many years of collaboration with Athens National Technical University, and especially with Professor Sofia Vierinou. We do a lot of things together. And we would always be open to such collaboration, which aim to upgrade Greek commerce and the quality of life of all citizens who lived in the city of Athens and all over Mediterranean Sea area. I don't want to spend more precious time, so thanks a lot to all members of this program for their cooperation, and I'm sure that the final results will be very useful for all of us and for all cities around Mediterranean area. Thank you.
So if Mr. Rekas from the Ministry of Development and Industrial to address something short.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank very much the organizers of this event for their invitation to participate. And I'm talking on behalf of the Directorate for Entrepreneurship and SMEs of the Ministry for Development and Investments. Thank you very much for this project, it's a project which is designed and implemented within the framework of the European Strategy for the Promotion of Innovative Circular Economy Business Practices at the local level through the cooperation of several public and private entities such as universities, SMEs, the representative bodies, municipalities from the Mediterranean Sea. A project which, in the context of, let me say, from the context of the political science, is based on what is called a nexus, a web of interactions and interconnections between the different and several sectors in the context of multi-level governance model, which is widely applied in the European Union and the European Commission. The Directorate for Entrepreneurship and SMEs has a special role in supporting SMEs and entrepreneurship by supporting, among others, the political hierarchy and leadership with reliable data regarding SMEs in the country. In this context, our directorate manages the Observatory for SMEs. It's a co-funded program which aims to design and implement evidence-based policy making. And we strongly support the craft sector, which is strongly connected with the INNOMED-UP program here, the craft sector. We recently received a survey regarding the mapping of the craft and entrepreneurship and sector in Greece, and the results are can be found by someone in our website. And among others, this research revealed some very interesting results regarding the number of craft enterprises, their branches and their size. We're talking about a sector which the vast majority of the enterprises are micro ones, and we're talking about businesses with less than 5 employees and turnover, an annual turnover of less than 50,000 euros. And as well as their needs in order to receive finance and support by the state, and also for their skills, the development of skills for both entrepreneurship and job holders in the era of Industry 4.0. I would like to thank you very much once again and warmly for this invitation, and wish you every success during the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rekas. I think that all the time we have tried to have a close collaboration and discussion with our stakeholders, which is a very important thing for the progress of our project. Now we have to start to present with my colleague, researcher, Angeliki Demerji, the final results of our project. It will be a short presentation in order to have a comprehensive image of our project. Okay. So, INNOMED-UP project, you know, promoting upcycling in circular economy through innovation and education for creative industries in Mediterranean cities, proposes a strategy for med-cities where cultural and creative industries, SMEs, create circular economy clusters locally and participate at cross-border innovation networks, those promoting urban and social inclusion. INNOMED-UP aims to work with cultural creative industries to shift local urban economies towards a circular production and consumption paradigm, including optimal use of material resources, innovation enhancement of small-medium enterprises, knowledge transfer among Mediterranean cities, social inclusion and citizen engagement. Mediterranean cities face the issue of overwhelming waste production, demanding effective and urgent actions. Circular economy principles may offer a solution to this problem, as it is generally recognized that a noticeable percentage of waste in city centers is produced by cultural and creative industries. Their involvement in circular economy schemes is of great importance. Although there are disparities between cities in the north and the south of Mediterranean area. They share common cultural characteristics. Therefore, by building on their common identity and by integrating into their productive schemes the principles of circular economy, Mediterranean cities can create resilient urban environments and communities, establishing supportive framework for cultural, creative industries, small, medium enterprise clustering. As European policies focus on the necessity to move towards a circular model regarding production and consumption, the INNOMED-UP project seeks to enhance sustainability in urban settings through the adoption of best practices to promote circularity by small and medium-sized enterprises of cultural and creative industry, small, medium enterprises. So now the floor belongs to Angeliki in order to accomplish this presentation.
Okay, so you have already said this. I will say. Okay. Good morning, everyone. By my side, I am Angeliki Demerji, a member of NTUA research team. Really glad to have you here. Thank you very much for joining us. And thank you very much for your contribution, each one from its role. Thank you very much. It was a great journey also for us, for younger researchers. I will continue with figuring out some results, the key results, because as we are running the 4th year of the project, as you can imagine, we have a lot of results and objectives completed. But I will stress more about the key results. The INNOMED-UP project proposes to work with creative and cultural industries to shift local urban economies towards circular production and consumption, including optimal use of material resources, innovation enhancement of SMEs, knowledge transfer, social inclusion, and of course, local communities engagement. We worked, at least we tried, having in mind the COVID-19 constraints, we tried to work at a cross-border level in order to support both technological developments, such as the more modern procedures of upcycling and technological innovative platforms that we have in the north of the Mediterranean, and the traditional recycling and upcycling practices based on strong networks of cooperation in the south countries of the Mediterranean. So we selected 7 cities to be studied and investigated, to analyzed, and to come up with suggestions and recommendations regarding the circularity and the creative industries that they host. Each participating partner of the project has chosen a city. The National Technical University of Athens investigated Athens, along with the consulting partner of E.P., the municipality of Prato, the city of Prato, the Center for Economic and Social Research for South of Italy, the city of Palermo, the municipality of Tunis, the city of Tunis, the Birzeit University from Palestine, 2 cities, the Nablus and the Hebron, and the Future Pioneers, the NGO Future Pioneers, the city of Irbid. I'd like to show you here, because I'm glad that I heard before Dr. Khaled El-Sadani mentioned that the clusters built during our project was an innovative aspect of the project, and we're really glad to hear it, because that was our intention either way. And I will present you the methodology and the steps we followed to result into city clusters. Leaving aside, but not because they are less important, more because they are horizontal work packages, the management and the communication. In the communication, I will come back later. The first stage was a desk research and data collection per city in order to conclude and to leverage upon other activities and conclude in the model and the guide for the circularity in Mediterranean. But in between this phase, we conduct exhausting fieldworks with SWOT seminars with stakeholders and interviews with local SMEs in order. This gave us the opportunity to map the cultural and creative industries' value chains and their circular economy potential. And this activity was resulted into 7 clustering roadmaps and smart clustering tools. Then in the next step, we put great efforts to engage the local communities with the stakeholders to to address the pilot products, open reuse market, socio-urban workshops, along with a lot of trainings that took place during the whole project. To be more precise, we have completed 7 clustering roadmaps. We addressed over 200 SMEs in the fieldwork. Just a note here that what you see in orange are the community-led activities, and this is something we are really proud about it. If you if you have in mind that we have so many constraints due to the pandemic, and that we achieved to engage so many people and communities and different communities. We estimate that the target groups is over 2,500 people, and the general public over 10,000 people. That's I don't know. That's really good. We had also over 1,000 trainees, much bigger than we had promised in the first place. Of 27th Memorandum of Understandings with 50 stakeholders from all around the Mediterranean, 2 reuse open markets, 1 in Tunis, 1 in Prato, 3 awareness campaigns, and over 70 videos. Again, many more than we had promised in the first place, the videos. 8 bicycles, 50 smart bins, 26 sub-grants, 26 vouchers. This is how we distributed to the SMEs over 400,000 euros financial support across the Mediterranean. Our smart tools, platform, repository, and smart application, 2 info points, 1 in Amman, 1 in Palermo, 2 very interesting guides that you will hear about them later on, and 7 pilot clusters, 1 per city. Yes. So, in that way, each country and each partner, having done all this work I mentioned, we came up with mottos, with strategies per cities, which is the strategy that each city should follow in order to accomplish the circularity within the creative and cultural industries. Here we can see also the Tunis, Hebron, Nablus, and Irbid. You can see here the smart tools and the development procedure of the smart tools, the bicycle, the bins, the smart bins, the application, and you can roam into our YouTube channel where you can see exactly how these smart tools are interconnected and how they are working together. Also, we've done the digital platform where all this information is collected there. And you can also have a glance at the roadmaps, the participating SMEs, our stakeholders. And in parallel, it is an asynchronous e-learning platform where all the training seminars are uploaded there and are open to everyone, even individual or SMEs, to look through it. Our participatory activities that we believe that that they add into what we say the INNOMED-UP Living Lab, the SWOT seminars, the socio-urban workshops, the open reuse markets, and the training seminars. But we had also very, very important horizontal activities that was really crucial to distribute and to disseminate our concepts and our results and our intentions, and to engage more people and more SMEs and the local communities, such as the two guides, one guide for access to financial tools for the creative industries who want to innovate in the circular economy, because we know that creative industries experience lack of funding and lack of knowledge how to access fundings due to their very small size. And then a guide for circularity strategy for the creative industries, SMEs in the Mediterranean, that will be analytically presented by Professor Leonardo Borzacchi later, and our digital campaigns. All these videos can be found on our YouTube channel, and here are the two links for the info points in case you have in mind SMEs that cannot easily find access to funding. All the information is gathered here, and you can have direct access. Also, regarding the communicational actions, we worked a lot with social media, with Facebook and Twitter. We published over 50 press releases and 5 newsletters. All these can be found at our site in the ENI CBC Med website. And here is a general overview of the sub-grants that was 86 SMEs were awarded. Through this funding, you can see the results on your right. You can see a small exhibition of the products and the procedures that we have awarded. We distributed 86 vouchers from 2,000 to 10,000 euros each, which amounts to a budget of 400,000 euros. And here you can see how we perceive the clusters, how we built the clusters in the cities. You can see the maps down, but our first thought is always the cities, because the cities can be the test beds for the green and digital transitions, having in mind the society and its components. Also, the maps, the clustering maps can be seen to the exhibition in the same place with the products. And just a brief presentation of the model which will be presented later by Leonardo. Just have a look and you will hear more later about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Angeliki. In closing this short presentation, I would like to invite you to have a look at our small exhibition with some products, especially from Athens, because it is a little difficult to bring them from each city. So I would like to thank our partnership first. And for us, it was a long journey, difficult journey because of the pandemic and all the bureaucracy procedure that we have had, especially in some cases. It was a difficult time. But I would like to thank you all partners first, and also I would like to thank my team, NTUA, National Technical University team. First, my colleagues, professors Irini Klapatsea, Mattheos Papavasiliou, Dimitris Soudris, and my team, one by one, Elena, Angeliki, Konstantinos, Vasilios, Maria, Charalambos, Konstantinos, Maria, Olga, and our financial manager, it will be with us later, I suppose, Panayotis. All the people knows Panayotis. So, thank you very much all for this, how can I say, effort. But the journey is the most important for all this. I think we have learned many things and we have many ideas in order to continue for some other new activities. Thank you. So before proceed to the presentation of clusters from each city, I will invite our colleagues and friends from the association, the Development Association of Athens, Mr. Haris Biskos, if likes to address a short.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. On behalf of the Athens Development and Destination Management Agency, I would like to express our sincere gratitude for having us being part of your ecosystem of stakeholders and actors around your project, and having this fruitful collaboration in the framework of the INNOMED-UP project, which we have established through our specific MOU that we have signed, and through which we try to support the innovations that are stemming out of this initiative, with a goal, of course, always to inform and upgrade the public policies. Now, our company, Athens Development and Destination Management Agency, designs and implements development projects and promotional activities in Athens that advance the image of the city, not only by making the urban environment more beautiful, but investing in its capacity to be more resilient. Now, the promotion of innovation, competitiveness, and entrepreneurship with emphasis on tourism and the culture sector, the smart, sustainable management of Athens as a destination and as an urban environment, as well as the promotion of social cohesion and integration are the areas of expertise of our company. Now, ADDMA, which is the abbreviation of Athens Development Destination Management Agency, supports the investment priorities of the municipality of Athens, and it's we can say that this is the lever, the implementation lever for projects that are funded by EU, European Union. We're part of Horizons, Urbact, Interreg, UIAs, EAZ, etc. But also we support the implementation of the municipality's strategic goals in Athens. Now, last but not least, an important field of our company is its operation as thank you. Is its operation as a destination management organization, the so-called DMOs, in order to achieve the objective of promoting Athens as a sustainable tourist destination. Now, in this framework, we're partnering up with global institutions, with universities, with all the quadruple helix of the stakeholder community. For example, we have collaboration with Global Sustainable Tourism Council about the tourist sustainability of Athens. We're very much interested in this. And of course, we have initiatives in climate adaptation through Horizon projects that we run in health, in supporting and promoting urban health, and also biodiversity in Athens with sort of programs that we're participating. And also we have other dedicated projects that are inside the cultural sphere, such as the Athens Film Office, This is Athens and Partners, Athens City Festival, etc., etc. So, on behalf of our company, Athens Destination and Development Agency, I would like to deeply thank NTUA and especially Professor Dr. Sofia Avgerinou-Kolonia for this collaboration and the opportunity to support and learn, especially to learn from the innovations that are stemming out of this great initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Haris. Thank you very much for this collaboration and communication. Of course, it is very important in order to achieve some good ideas in the center of Athens. So, if you like, we can have a very short pause, café, 10 minutes. So, and we'll be back with the presentation of the clusters. First is Maria for NTUA and Athens, Lorena for Prato, Alessandro for Palermo, Samia for Tunis, Baher for Birzeit, Dr. Shadi, where is Dr. Okay, online. And Obaida, of course, for Jordan. Irbid, thank you. Now we are going to the presentation of the clusters from each city. And we have a small change in our program. As Baher from Birzeit needs to be first because he has another obligation. So, Baher, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Sofia. Good morning, everybody. My name is Baher from Birzeit University, and I'm going to present the city cluster model for both cities of Hebron and Naples. First of all, I'm going to start with some characteristics about these two beautiful cities. Nablus is a Palestinian city in the northern region of West Bank, approximately 60 kilometers north of Jerusalem. It's located in a strategic position between Mount Ebal and Mount Gerizim. Nablus is considered the largest commercial and cultural center in Palestine, with a rich history lines in its old city with its distinct stone facades, beautiful architecture, narrow streets, and old urban spaces. I'm still talking about Nablus city. The old market in the heart of Nablus lies the old city composed of 6 major quarters. The area of the old city is densely populated. There are 2 Turkish baths or hammams, markets with pottery and tile industry. In addition to textile workshops, there are also numerous historic monuments such as Khan al-Tujjar and the Manara Clock Tower. Regarding Hebron city, it's a beautiful ancient city twisted and torn by decades of unrest and conflict. It's the largest city in West Bank with about 200,000 Palestinians. Its old city of stone roofs, archways, and never-ending alleyway is the perfect playground for the sensory delight of the markets and bazaars. Hebron is a hub of trade, primarily with the sale of marble from nearby quarries. The area is also renowned for grapes, figs, limestone, pottery workshops, and glass blowing factories. The city of Hebron is one of the oldest inhabited cities in the world, and its history dates back more than 4,000 years. The ancient architecture of the old city, which dates back to the Mamluk and Ottoman periods, has witnessed the development and sophistication of the city of Hebron. The old city of Hebron is the historic city center of the Hebron Governorate. The Hebron of antiquity is thought by archaeologists to have originally started elsewhere at Tel El-Meida, which is approximately 200 meters west of today's Old City, and thought to have originally been a Canaanite city. For both cities, Nablus and Hebron, the spatial distribution has had a clear impact on creating a gap between SMEs and the surrounding suppliers, clients, supportive organizations, and cooperation at the artisans. This led to the conclusion that value chains need to be strengthened and supported in order to create connection networks and promote visibility and accessibility. Most participating SMEs in the INNOMED projects apply principles of circular economy and recycling at different stages of production, in different levels depending on the nature of work, availability of waste raw materials, and technical skills. However, there is a clear gap between value of recycling practices perceived by customers and manufacturers. We have designed a strategy for both cities with a motto of sustaining history for sustainable future. And our vision was creative and cultural industries are reusing existing resources and bringing cultural industries to our daily lives needs, with the general goal of revitalizing creative and cultural industries through innovation and circular economy models and cross-border cooperations. We had several specific goals in different aspects, and by finalizing these projects, we were able to identify main stakeholders and also to sign 2 MOUs with stakeholders in the partner cities. For example, in Nablus City, we were able to engage the following stakeholders: the municipality, the Chamber of Commerce, the Engineers Syndicate, the Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Tourism and Antiques, and the Civil Committee of Nablus Government. Regarding Hebron stakeholders, we were able to engage the Chamber of Commerce, the Hebron Reconstruction Committee, the Hebron Municipality, the Governorate, and the Ministry of National Economy. We were also able to apply the smart tools in our pilot clusters in both cities with this technical map, the smart tools control system. For example, in Nablus, we have 4 sources of waste materials, 2 for paper, 1 for wood, and 1 for fabric. And we have 3 receivers of SME CCIs who were able to use these waste material. In Hebron, we have 5 resources of the wasted materials. We have paper, wood, solid waste, glass, and fabrics. And we had 5 receivers that were able to use this wasted material in their production lines. Regarding the sub-grants and the support of the pilot clusters, we have 3 clusters in Hebron and 1 in Nablus, with total grant of 5,000 euros for each cluster. These are some photos of the Smart Tools application. And regarding the key challenges and results, in Nablus city, initially, SMEs faced difficulties in collaborating and cooperating between each other, particularly due to the IP concerns. However, they eventually gained valuable experience in working within the cluster framework. And SMEs also believed that they had an adequate amount of waste and did not see the need for smart bins, but they discovered that smart bins were valuable tools to bring them more types of wasted material and also in better quality. The cluster members showed a strong interest in the concept of bicycles, and they requested 1 bicycle for each member to facilitate the waste collection. Some waste suppliers were located far away from the receivers, which was somehow a challenge for the collection. In Hebron, on the other hand, the waste utilization was not extensively incorporated into the SME's work. Initially, they were not enthusiastic about the concept of co-working, and local organizations lacked the awareness about the CCI SMEs. But after establishing these clusters, the SMEs, they were able to form a semi-official entity. They had someone who can speak about them and some representative in the local stakeholders. Clusters also provided a platform for SMEs to convene, engage in discussions, and to exchange ideas. Women expressed a desire to handle waste without resorting to dump sites or industrial parks, and smart tools played a significant role in addressing this issue. SMEs had limited familiarity with one another, but after establishing the clusters, they were able to work together in a productive and fair framework. This was everything about Nablus and Hebron. Thank you very much.
So now we are proceeding according to our program. First is the presentation of a Technical University of Athens and Maria Kouchari will present will make this presentation on behalf of NTUA team. Then Lorena for Municipality of Prato and Alessandro for Palermo. Maria, the floor is.
So, welcome everyone to the final conference of INNOMED-UP in Athens. I am Maria Kouchari. I'm going to present the Athenian cluster on behalf of NTUA. First of all, a small introduction about the city of Athens. As you all know, is the capital of Greece. It's the economic and governance center of Greece. But what is very interesting to us and our research is that it has a very lively historical center that has hosts still a lot of SMEs. Many of them are creative SMEs. Some of them are traditional and some of them are new. And what we have been observing for many years now in our laboratory is that these SMEs are still very active and still very, they show a resilience to all the difficulties that the historical center of Athens has been through the last years. And I mean the economical crisis, as well as the COVID pandemic. And of course, the intrusion of tourism, that many of them are threatened from the intrusion of tourism. So we have many different kinds of creative SMEs, like silver and goldsmithery, like tannery, like fashion design, clothing, footwear, manufacturing, ceramics, etc. After the first year of implementation of the program and after the research that we have conducted in the framework of INNOMED-UP, NTUA team, together with E.P has designed a strategy for the center of Athens within the concept of INNOMED-UP, of course. The motto of our strategy is Athens Circles of Creativity, and it's based on 4 pillars. The vision of this strategy is based on 4 pillars. The environmental pillar, the social pillar, the economic pillar, and the cultural pillar. The 4 goals that we have settled within this strategy is the maintenance, strengthening, support, and networking of CCIs in the historic center of Athens, the integration and upgrade of circular practices in CCIs that can creatively produce suggestions and practices that will bring positive and indirect results to the city, the drawing of new and external knowledge from the research and the educational sector on circular economy, and the training on the use of new technologies and smart tools to accelerate innovation and boost competitiveness. And the main idea you can see in this diagram is that we tried to bring together the traditional creative SMEs with the younger creatives. Of course, a main ingredient of the pilot cluster of Athens was the involvement of our very valuable stakeholders. We signed 5 MOUs with stakeholders that have already presented themselves during this conference. The Athens Chamber of Small and Medium Industries, the Hellenic Confederation of Professionals, Craftsmen, Merchants, and Small Enterprises, the Athens Trade Association, the Silver and Goldsmiths Association of Athens, and the Athens Development and Destination Agency. These stakeholders, they gave full support during the implementation of the project. Not only they gave us access to their databases, they brought us together with very active and important SMEs in the center of Athens, and they supported us in technical issues, like, for example, to find a space to host the bicycle in the center of Athens, to transport the smart bins, etc. So their help and support was very, very valuable. Another ingredient of the cluster, and the most important one, was, of course, the small and medium enterprises. We tried to involve and engage them from a very early stage in the program by conducting interviews with them, by doing photo shooting sessions and videos in the framework of our awareness campaigns, by asking them what materials they produce, what waste they produce, to find the potential materials they could use, and try to to start to create and design the network that we was going to establish the cluster in next steps. Of course, the COVID pandemic was a big obstacle during this procedure because for a very long time, it was very difficult to communicate and get in touch with these enterprises. But in the end, I think we managed to build a very strong and very active network. And finally, the last and very important ingredient of the cluster are the local communities. It's still an ongoing effort to engage the local communities. It's a very important step for the establishment of the cluster and for future steps. And we will try to do that, apart from the workshops and the training activities we have established, through the awareness campaigns and the publicity events. Now, some words about our very, very valuable sub-grantees. Athens has distributed 6 vouchers, 6 sub-grants, in two in each category. We have 2 sub-grants for innovation vouchers. It's the brand Eating the Goober and the brand 3 Quarters. We have 2 sub-grants for cross-border mentorship. I will say more things about it afterwards, from Eratou Kogianni and Diti Kotecha. And 2 for innovative products, the Ioanna and Polixeni Thanu and Lokul. This is the map of the pilot cluster. We managed finally to place 10 bins in order to collect 5 different materials. We have a bin for electronics, 2 bins for plastics, 3 bins for fabrics, which was the most, let's say, popular material in our cluster, 2 bins for leather, and 1 bin for metal parts. And we have our sub-grantees that are taking materials from this cluster in order to create innovative materials. You can visit afterwards the small exhibition that we have here in order to see exactly what kind of products our SMEs are producing using these materials. And some more words about what our sub-grantees have managed to accomplish during the pilot cluster implementation. Eating the Goober has managed to establish a fully working clothing workshop in order to continue to produce innovative products. Here, they also host a smart bin for their leftovers. The Dolly Bukogianni workshop attended innovative mentorship programs in Italy for upcycling processes in the jewelry sector. Diti, with her brand Thela, has used the sub-grant in order to create a new innovative business model to provide educational programs for schools on the subject of upcycling. Lokul and Spiros Kizis has done a very innovative procedure trying to incorporate metal leftovers in ceramic objects. The 2 Thanu sisters, Ioanna and Polixeni, used the fabric leftovers in order to create yoga mattresses, and they were in very close cooperation with 3 Quarters in order to understand the procedure of creating what is called sodi, how to transform the fabric leftovers to this matter that they used to fill their mattresses. And 3 Quarters established a very innovative station with machinery of shredding that will be open to other SMEs to use within or in future steps of the project. Of course, as I said, we faced many challenges in order to manage to establish the cluster, but we are very optimistic that this will set the precedent for future exploitation of this cluster by local authorities and chambers in order to see this concept to be continued in Athens. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Now we have to proceed with the Prato case, which is very, very avant-gardist. Lorena.
So, good morning to all. My name is Lorena, and I will be presenting the Prato City cluster implemented within INNOMED-UP project on behalf of the city of Prato. So, something about the city. Prato is the second largest city in Tuscany. It's less known than Florence, but it's very well known for its industrial district, textile and clothing industrial district. It's one of the largest Italian and also European textile production center. Since the very beginning, the textile industry in Prato implemented the principles of circular economy, even when it was not called circular economy, because the producers use textile scraps in order to develop new products. Even today, although the industry went over several crises, it's a big bunch of the economic texture in the city, because we still have 7,200 companies, mainly micro, small, and medium enterprises in the sector that count for 35,000 employees. So, as you can see, when we talk about cultural and creative industries, for Prato is more than 19% textile and clothing, but also what we are trying also to do is to diversify these activities and try to make some innovative inputs and take inputs from other sectors as well. In the past years, the city administration was very involved in circular economy, in developing circular economy policies. Firstly, with the EU Partnership on Circular Economy from 2018. And then, as a result of this participation in the urban agenda of the European Commission, the city developed a Prato Circular City Strategy and the project that with the aim to accelerate the transition towards a circular economy of all aspects of the city life. Not only its industry, but also the life of citizens, on how the public administration works and so on. And finally, as a result of this year's this engagement, the last big project that we would like to mention is the application, applying and approval of the European Commission of Prato as one of the 100 European cities that are included in the program Climate Neutral and Smart Cities by 2030. And big work for this project came from our work and policies implemented in circular economy. So the city developed a strategy, and that can be summarized in a vision of Prato as a sustainable, innovative, and circular city. And this strategy envisions the creation of a city where residents enjoy a high quality of life, the economy is strong and diversified, and the environment is healthy, and culture and creativity are thriving. This is being implemented through achieving 5 main goals, which are sustainable urban development, economic diversification, urban regeneration, circular city planning, and zero waste. INNOMED-UP is one of the main projects we implemented in these past years, and it tackles specifically the economic diversification, zero waste, and circular city planning objectives, although it also gives input to all other goals and objectives of this local strategy. So when we started to work on INNOMED-UP, the most important thing was to work on the community engagement, because although INNOMED-UP is really about the small and medium enterprises, it was really important to include also all other stakeholders from the city in the activities. So besides the SMEs, we had business support organizations, academic institutions, NGOs, startups, citizens as main actors in the project. We implemented several activities in order to create this vibrant community of stakeholders and be able to co-create together with them some activities and policies that will help the city to make this transition towards a circular economy. We did engagement workshops like SWOT and PEST workshop, the consolidation workshop that was held in Prato last year, and that was also a cross-border event because we also were able to host all the partners of the project in our city. Then we organized the open market and exhibitions and also some dissemination events. At the very beginning, we implemented the training course with 27 participants, 40 hours of online course, and also the participants of this training course presented at the end some first ideas of the final upcycling projects, prototypes. Some of them will become also our pilots afterwards. The training course was organized during the pandemic. It was really difficult, but it was also really participating, and there was big interest from the local stakeholders to work towards these projects. We did mapping and surveys and also developed the clustering roadmap, implemented some interviews with small and medium enterprises. At the end, we also have signed 6 memorandum of understanding with the city administration, committing to implement the principles of circular economy. And finally, we had our pilots. The city financed 6 pilot projects with micro and small and medium enterprises, 2 pilot projects with NGOs, and of course, we established our cluster of smart bins as collection points in the city. So this is the map. We have 10 bins as other partners that were installed in the city. And 5 out of these 10 smart bin stations also worked in collecting and processing the points of the local host. For example, one textile laboratory gathered the textile scraps that were brought by other companies, by citizens, in order to reuse them in their own production. And they were positioned not in public places, in premises of some NGOs, and also in the premises of some companies. We mainly collected textile and clothing, but we also started to collect some other material that is, for example, the rubber, the plastics, and metal, because the laboratories where they were placed were able to process also these materials. And this was really important. This was important in order to try to also diversify the kind of material that we use in upcycling processes. So we had, Maria Ageliki previously told that Prato had financed 6 vouchers. Actually, there were 8 vouchers in Prato, also because the city administration acknowledged that there is a big need also to involve in this community the NGOs, because the NGOs are the collectors of aggregators of a lot of social and economic activities. They attract individual citizens, designers, unemployed people, and also some future entrepreneurs that are engaged in social activities in the city. So the city of Prato financed 2 additional vouchers to the NGOs, and those 2 were really important in order to engage with the local community and not work only with SMEs. And we had these 8 vouchers, 3 vouchers for the implementation of cross-border tutoring, 2 vouchers for the acquisition of innovative equipment, and 3 vouchers for innovative products. Some of those, I will not explain all of them because it would be too long, But for example, we had a very, very important company that is producing the spools for the textile industry. Spool is the tube over which the textile yarn is folded. And they have a lot of textile, for example, a lot of textile textile plastic waste. And we're already trying to implement some circular projects with these plastics. So what they did, we applied for the voucher to develop a benchmarking research and practices on circular, creative, and collaborative economy related to the plastic industry in order to know what to do with their plastic waste. And it was really helpful for them. And they're now planning new projects that will be born from this research we did within INNOMED-UP. Then, for example, we have Circular Wool Lab by Lotto Zero. That is a social enterprise that acquired some really nice machinery. And they're producing now samples of yarn made from the waste material of the wool. And they created at their premises a permanent lab for artists and designers who were invited to use this machinery for upcycling of wool, specific kind of wool that was not used in the production processes. And then we have also these 2 vouchers that were assigned to an NGO, and they also acquired some instruments and opened their laboratory to all the people that want to go there and try to use this machinery in order to reuse this material, for example. So, what were the results and key challenges of the Prato cluster? We didn't list here all the challenges we had due to COVID because we all had the same problems, but I think what are the 3 main challenges we faced during this time is, first of all, the lack of awareness and understanding of circular economy concepts, and also a big misunderstanding on what is recycling, on what is upcycling, and this is the knowledge that we had to provide, and we still have a lot of work to do in our city. Then lack of adequate legislation, because in Italy we have this specific problem that the industrial waste, textile waste, is a special waste and we cannot reuse it for the production. And also the lack of financial support to micro and small medium enterprises, also to develop some pilot projects so they can see and try and see how they can shift towards the circular business model. And this also applies, of course, to all the creative people and NGOs. So some financial schemes in order to support the startup of these activities is really needed. And yes, following these challenges and the activities we implemented and the results we obtained, we have some lessons learned. And the first one is the importance of communication and cooperation between all stakeholders. The community building is the first step, and it's the most important step, so you can have the engagement of all the actors. And also meeting the needs for tailored training and capacity building, continuous capacity building. And finally, the positive impact of networking at local level between public authorities, economic, social actors, and research institutions. And I would like here also to add that it was really important also for us to see how other partners are working and what were their challenges and how they worked with their stakeholders, because we also learned a lot from what has been done in other pilot cities. So INNOMED-UP was really an important project for us to go forward and to achieve the objectives of our strategy.
Thank you, Lorena. Now we are going to Palermo with Alessandro.
Okay. Thank you very much. I want to give my personal thanks to NTUA, in particular to Professor Ravierino, for involving us in this partnership along all this long period with the beginning of the Progetto Medneta, and to have the opportunity, which is quite rare, to continue a work in all this period. And I'm also glad to be here because I remember that here we made the closure of the Medneta project. That was exactly the beginning of our work in Palermo with the Nuove Officine alla Zisa. So it's a pleasure to make this presentation today with you. So we are presenting the case of Palermo. This is the historical center of Palermo that, according to UNESCO, is one of the largest in Europe. Palermo is the sixth city in Italy for population. And the main characteristics about what we refer to the project is that the creative sector represents a crucial segment in CCI sector in Palermo and Sicily. Circular economy constitutes an important opportunity for facing the challenging problem of waste management, promoting at the same time the local CCI SMEs networks. Public policies currently do not include any small-scale, local-based solutions or clear paths for a circular transition. And some creative SMEs clusters are experimenting the renovation of traditional techniques based on the use of traditional sustainable materials. These SMEs are often organized as non-profit entities, which is a sort of analysis that we started with the Medneta project when we found that in Palermo there was this singular situation in which there was a sort of informal hub for the birth of new enterprises that used the possibility of starting as a non-profit association and then to become a real SMEs. Just to test if their capacity of production or if their capacity of staying on the market was suitable for them to face the difficulties of the market. INNOMED-UP in Palermo promoted the involvement of local creative craft CCI SMEs in a circular economy pilot cluster using smart tools for the development of innovative products and production chains implementing upcycling processes based on mix of traditional innovative techniques using mainly wood, fabric, and high-density cardboard. The pilot cluster contributes to involve the community and stakeholders to launch a debate about innovative solutions for sustainable waste management and circular reuse of secondary raw materials. Well, these were the motto and the vision statement of Palermo. On one side, we tried to create these new relations between all the partners, all the stakeholders on the territory. But on the other side, we had to face the problem that still the public policies are not adequate for this kind of situation. The general goal was that of supporting the SMEs models among the SMEs in Palermo. The specific goals were that of supporting the renovation of processes, but also the renovation of some innovative products as samples. As a targets, we had the number of products developed in a circular economy perspective and number of SMEs trained in a circular, sustainable, and green practices. The analysis conducted in the framework of INNOMED identified the peculiarities of the pilot case area in terms of business models of cooperation and urban fabric, a focus on the creative sector within the CCI, a tight link between the creative craft sector and the non-profit one, the high interest for low-cost practices, high interest for the reintroduction of some traditional techniques, renovated, based on natural materials, high interest in the introduction of digital fabrication techniques, both in order to renovate the traditional ones and to reach economic sustainability. The creative sector represents a crucial segment in Palermo and in Sicily. It includes several SMEs, mostly located in the historical center of Palermo. The establishment of small craft shops and of other activities significantly contributed to the revitalization of the area in the last decade. Nowadays, it includes two main categories, family-run ones, usually having solid manufacturing skill based on a strong family tradition and experience, a new enterprise, which are often founded by highly educated young people, and sometimes not so young, who maybe lost their job, with strong technical skills and attitude to innovation. Creative crafts SMEs focus on renovation of traditional techniques and reintroduction of eco-sustainable materials, the development of network of creative artists, crafters trying to innovate local tradition is quite transversal to these categories. And the most peculiar element in business model of CCI SMEs is the tight connection with the non-profit, as many of them, many of these SMEs in the first phase are themselves non-profit organizations. This peculiar context both facilitates the involvement of SMEs and makes it necessary for the real engagement. For this reason, CRESM has always adopted a wide participatory approach. The renovation of traditional techniques, in particular through digital fabrication tools, represents an interesting path in terms of market positioning, cultural heritage protection, and reintroduction of traditional ecosystem materials. Creative craft SMEs often have a quite high environmental awareness, resulting in the choice of natural materials. Nevertheless, there is a very low awareness about the concepts of circular economy and about the life cycle management of production systems. Upcycling examples are just isolated experimentation. Green and circular transition needs to be promoted also as a cheaper and easier alternative to standard waste disposal, actually very expensive and complicated according to local regulation. Creative craft SMEs often have no entrepreneurial education or experience and struggle in reaching economic sustainability, heavily relying on tourism flows in the historical center. Networking skills are often lacking. The INNOMED-UP cluster, in particular through the Info Point, is experimenting with innovative models of cooperation focusing on sharing equipment, knowledge, and skills in order to develop sustainable business models and the use of secondary raw materials. We develop a network for the promotion of the pilot cluster, the project activities, and the cross-border cooperation, including local SMEs, local NGOs, higher education institution, local chamber of commerce, and networks of cooperatives, and of course the same municipality of Palermo. A wide participatory approach has been adopted in order to involve the SMEs in a network fostering the development of the cluster, as well as its long-term sustainability and scalability. For this purpose, the Info Point for consultation of SMEs played an important role. Challenges and opportunities for SMEs have been identified and analyzed in order to respond to their needs in the configuration of the cluster in terms of business models, product design, and production chains. The needs analysis arising from the exchanges with the SMEs experts and LAs contributed to the identification of innovation service to be proposed to SMEs, support for the administrative procedures for the business establishment, strategic marketing, business development, support to the access to funding, support to the circular transition in order to collect leftovers as secondary raw materials. The collaboration with local cooperative network and Chamber of Commerce has been essential for the dissemination of the results and the involvement of SMEs. The tight link between the profit and non-profit sector in CCI facilitated the dissemination and involvement of local community and fostered synergies in developing innovative business models. These are our sub-grantees, Design Zingaro, Pietro d'Amore, Fuori Catalogo, Real Digital Things, Arance Amare, Cumedia. They were all involved, as many of them participated for the pilot innovative, two of them participated to the pilot innovative products, two to the innovation vouchers, and two to the access to cross-border mentorship and financial tools. In the afternoon, we will be we will have in our link not Arance Amare as we tell before, but the enterprise Fuori Catalogo di Aurelio Ciaperoni. This is the map of our pilot cluster with all the connections. They were mainly about wood, carton, and cardboard and fabrics. The Palermo pilot cluster is located in the city center, but it has also a satellite division in Castelbuono, which is a small town in the metropolitan city. The Palermo cluster is experimenting, as I said before, new models of cooperation in order to develop sustainable business models and to use secondary raw materials. SMEs exchange mainly wood, cardboard, and fabric. The choice of material was made focusing on the availability and the potential of upcycling process, thanks to their creativity. Well, another focal point of the project is our place as nodes, Nuove Officine alla Zisa, new workshop at Zisa, which is a place that was designed to share knowledge and equipment and also became the heart of this cluster. 9 of the smart bins are hosted by SMEs participating in the cluster. The 10th is located in our place in nodes, where wood and carton waste are produced by the cluster members in the experimental product design phase. These are samples of the productions. About the challenge, the most important challenges are connected to the lack of national regulation concerning circular economy and upcycling. National waste management legislation forbids not certified transport of waste. Exchanging leftovers could be equivalent to illegal waste trafficking. In particular, there is a problem about the category of the spatial waste that is too large to involve, to invite little SMEs to work and to use these restrictions that were mentioned before in a more creative way. A solution dealt with delays and environmental lawyers was SME producer delivery not receipt, highlighting that the collected materials are not waste, but secondary raw materials. For the future, this mechanism doesn't facilitate, especially for micro-business, the development of circular economy practices. It is necessary to engage experts and policymakers in a debate in order to propose new answers to create a legal framework for the exchange of materials for SMEs. Digital fabrication is a means to reproduce traditional objects and decoration with very high quality but low cost productions. At the same time, traditional techniques using traditional sustainable material can be easily renovated. The debate on circular economy put pressure on the involvement of policymakers and LA in the development of new regulation more adapted to circular transition. And to end, we are just organizing, we are just planning a national conference that maybe could be also international or at least Mediterranean, based for the end of September, based on 3 main items. One is the innovative enterprises both from circular economy sector and from the digital sector. The other is the public administration and the relation between innovation and public administration. And the third will be the Mediterranean networks about these two items. So I hope to involve all of you in this discussion that will be not only national, but we hope Mediterranean also this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alessandro. Thank you. Thank you indeed. Because you have worked a lot with quite important difficulties in the south of Italy, we know. So now the floor is for Obaida. And please, Semia, come with us for Tunis next.
Because it's PDF anyway, I can do like this. It's okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. I can do it like this. Okay. Yes. Hello, everybody. My name is Abaida Hammash. I'm Executive Director for Future Pioneers, local organization in Jordan, and the coordinator for Work Package 2. I would like to present in brief our results of clustering in Irbid Governorate or Irbid City. We have selected Irbid for this project because it is one of the eligible regions for this program, and because it is the largest governorate in Jordan after the capital of Amman in terms of population and in terms of commercial and industrial activities, especially that it hosts the largest industrial city in Jordan, which is Al Hassan Industrial City. Also for Irbid, it enjoys a lot of characteristics that make it a hotspot that attract SMEs and attract also private sector. We developed our strategy at the beginning of the project as follow, and luckily we managed to meet the set targets here, and even we managed to exceed some of them. Our motto at Jordan was repair, reuse for as long as possible. And we created this motto because currently one of the most priority topics in Jordan is solid waste management. This became an important topic 5 years ago, and this was because of the Syrian crisis and Syrian refugees. At the beginning, all the focus at Jordan since 2011 was on how to support the Syrian refugees. Almost 2 million people fled to Jordan. And later on, we started working on resilience strategies. So one of the important topics was solid waste management. Luckily, our project attracted the attention of Ministry of Environment because even the donors at Jordan, especially the EU, GIZ, and Ministry of Planning, they started pushing and supporting this topic. So they were very interested in the progress of our project and the results of our project. So our motto was repair, use for as long as possible. The vision to reach to zero waste through supporting CCI SMEs. And the general and specific goals were to strengthen the protection and performance of SMEs in circular economy, advocacy and lobbying among relevant authorities to amend the legislation to support the SMEs, because this proved to be one of the shortcomings of circular economy in Jordan. Provide opportunities for exchanging experience and market linkages between the SMEs and the private sector, and even at the regional level. Here's the target that, as I mentioned, luckily we managed to achieve this target and exceed it because we have the info point that we established in IRBID, which helped us to host several of other projects that are dealing with circular economy, and we managed even to attract sub-grants for them and employ large number of vulnerable women of local communities. So 100 SMEs to be supported through technical training, 40 SMEs to be supported in terms of sub-grants, create jobs for 100 unemployed youth and women, contribute to reducing waste by 25%, and 30% of the targeted SMEs tuned from linear to circular economy. And actually, we managed to make 90% of our beneficiaries who got technical and financial support from us to be circular instead of being linear. We had actually to involve the community because it is one of the most important pillars if you want to make your project successful, especially in the governorates. So we managed to involve the local communities through the local NGOs and through several of our workshops, awareness workshops, discussion workshops, whether with the local NGO or with the relevant stakeholders, such as Ministry of Environment and Local Affairs. This actually facilitated the support later on and facilitated the governmental approvals, which is very necessary in case of non-profit organizations in Jordan. Also, we conducted another awareness workshop in order to educate the people about the objectives of the project and the smart tools. And this facilitated the hosting of smart pens and the smart bicycle. So, and this even facilitated testing the first pilot. We started earlier with the smart tools, and this gave us the chance and the space to test the first pilot of the smart tools. We had 2 clusters, and the first test proved that it wasn't efficient enough for our SMEs and also for the producers of recyclables. So we had to redistribute the bins and the bicycle in order to be more efficient and to better benefit our SMEs. We did actually our pilot. The smart bins were connected to the mobile application and to the digital platform. And for the bicycle, we had the choice whether to connect the bicycle itself to the digital platform or actually to connect the mobile itself. I mean, the driver of the bicycle, we installed the mobile application on that mobile, and from there he started following the smart bins and their alerts on regular basis. The sub-grants in our case was a bit little large, the number of sub-grants, and this is because we reduced the total value in order to benefit more people. Several of the SMEs showed interest, but because we didn't have enough grants, so thanks to NTUA who supported us to increase the number of SMEs while decreasing the value. So in the first stage, we managed to benefit 33 sub-grants, and later on, there was an extension where we managed to absorb even another 5-6 grants. So we have 20 sub-grants in terms of pilot innovative products. 18 of them have been completed successfully, and the remaining 2 are in progress. We have 10 sub-grants for innovative equipment. 8 of them are completed successfully, 2 are in progress and will be completed by July. And 8 sub-grants for cross-border mentorship, 5 of them are completed by now. Here is our map of pilot cluster, the current one, and also again it is under testing because we want to make sure the sustainability of this process after the completion of the project. We have several projects actually in IRBID, and we have this branch in IRBID, and we can do synergy with other projects, but also we tried to do the pilot while respecting the sustainability of the business after we complete and leave this project. The results and key challenges. In general, the results of the sub-grants were really positive. People needed such technical and financial support, which made their products and business, let's say, better, successful. It improved the quality of the product, and also it improved the selling and marketing this product. And accordingly, this was reflected on their livelihood in general. I can say that 90% of the sub-grants proved their success. Some of them were challenging because of the attitude of people, but so far they were doing very well. Also, we faced some problems at the beginning with the application process itself. It was a bit little challenging for them, but they managed to overcome this challenge. The marketing always proved to be a challenge for all local SMEs in Jordan and maybe at world level. So luckily, INNOMED-UP project through NTUA approved to have a funded exhibition in Jordan for these SMEs for a couple of months, and also to recruit a designer for branding and packaging for their products, which will boost their marketing and will boost even their promotion as social media and other tools. And hopefully we will be able later on to attract more SMEs, because the pilot proved to be successful at Irbid and Jordan level. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Obaida, for all of your activity. Semia, please, for Municipality of Tunis. Thank you. Close the presentation and close it. You can find out? Okay, open it. Full screen. Full screen.
Hello, everyone. I would like to thank all parties that leads to this honorable summit. All our thanks to Athens and our friends, Professor Sofia, for the invitation, the good organization of this event, and her valuable efforts to guarantee the success of our projects since his start. Let me start by introducing the municipal team responsible for implementing INNOMED-UP in Tunis. Currently, we have a team of 9 officers who are supported by other agents. Throughout the implementation period, we encountered various challenges, but have successfully found effective solutions in addition to achieving the project goals, and also succeed to strengthen Tunis team's capacity. We can sit as senior technical. We have senior technical expert, junior technical expert, financial and administrative coordinator, communication coordinator, and technical one is charged by the smart tools, and in confirmation, Madame Souad Sassi. As Tunis is responsible for the work package 5 methodology design, we have successfully developed a guideline for sub-grants. After extensive preparatory work in Tunis and in collaboration with different partners, at the local level, we focused on activities such as creating a clustering roadmap, conducting field survey, and identifying CCA SMEs. These activities were carried out through a participatory process that involved open discussion with various stakeholders, including representatives from civil society and artisans themselves. Our goals were to identify appropriate solutions advocated by different stakeholders, identify viable clusters, and identify historical buildings that could be restored and reused to promote the circular economy, like the building we will show on where the open market were done. Here is an example of the ground clustering work with the civil society aiming to inspire young people through upcycling workshop. It's for example. Additionally, we devoted enough time to identify smart tools that best suits the unique characteristic of Medina and the specific needs of SMEs. Our main objective is to create sustainable and productive clusters with the Medina that can overcome challenges, particularly those related to negative perception of upcycling products, while also considering the existing informal sector. It's important to respect waste pickers who previously worked in unfavorable and inhuman conditions and provide them with opportunities to integrate to available economic cluster. Through INNOMED-UP survey and workshops, we were able to assess the significant number of artisans in Medina and the substantial operation within the informal recycling sector. This process also increased our awareness of the importance of integrating waste pickers who endure unfavorable working conditions into a formal cluster to guarantee dignified conditions. INNOMED-UP allowed the municipality of Tunis to become an active participant in promoting the local circular economy, marking significant milestones in its history. This new role has strengthened trust and relationships with the SMEs, civil society, artisans, and citizens. The awarded sub-grants have supported 15 beneficiaries in implementing innovative projects involving upcycling jewelry, aluminum, cardboard, textile, composting, and plastic. After analyzing the situation of the Medina, we succeed to identify the intelligent tools which are adapted to its specificity and which are able to strengthen the cluster and contribute to their viability. The purchasing process faced some difficulties, but we have succeeded to resolve them. From it's the open market. It's done from the 4th to 13th of May. In municipality organized the open market in the heart of the Medina. More details will be given in the following presentation. These are the smart tools delay and challenge. Most Medina SMEs and not smart tools users. Limited daily access to internet. We have a lot of pickers that not related to internet and technical one. Also, we have to identify the suppliers. We have purchasing process, language, and local currency devaluation. We have technical imitation of Medina supply chain. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Semia, for Tunis. Thank you, thank you. After so many difficulties and obstacles, we have a very good result in Tunis. Thank you. So, I don't know if there are some questions or comments on these presentations.
No, just an impression that this morning we had a beautiful view of all the activities of the project. And what I what impressed me from the presentation in the beginning by E.P and then the pilots and the clusters is that as we go and progress in the presentation of the results, many different features of circularity, creativity, culture come up. And that it's overwhelming for a single person to understand everything. But at the same time, cooperation is the key between different minds, different cultures, different spirits, souls, and like that. And also, I was impressed that in the end of culture and creativity workshop, only women are there in front of us. And in Italian, creativity and culture are both feminine terms. So that was my remark.
Thank you, Paolo.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having you here, and we are very pleased for this. You're not hearing me? Okay. Here in this first table, we are going to have this presentation about this digital fabrication procedures towards INNOMED-UP clustering smart tools. I'm here together with my colleague, Professor Dimitris Soudris, from the National Technical University of Athens, from the School of Electrical and Computer Engineers. And here with us is Mr. Stefanos Komninos, Athens Chamber of Small Medium Industries Senior Consultant, Market Analyst and Business Mentor. It's from Palestine, Imad Tardin and Hafman Khalil from Birzeit University. He's going to be online, okay. With us is Sadi Ahmad Hamas from Future Pioneers. Hello, Sadi. And finally is Marco Vella, Center of Social and Economic Research in Southern Italy, a colleague of Alessandro. So good afternoon to Marco. Okay, so first we're going to explain to you what was the idea about this digital fabrication procedure. We came up with the idea that we could design something that could be then repeated in many countries. And that is into this tradition that we have nowadays in all over the world, based on this digital fabrication, these maker spaces, the fab labs that have been initiated by MIT. And this was the main idea was that you could design something and then you could upload the design so someone else in a different place of the world could print it out and then assemble it, install the electronics, and make it happen the same way that you designed and envisaged it in the first place. So we came up with this idea. I mean, I have a presentation, maybe it's not this. Yes, but I have a presentation before that. mic, ναι, αλλά δεν είναι. Έχεις ξεκινήσει, ήταν το 29. Okay. Yes, okay. Sorry about that. So, basically the idea is to fabricate a smart bin, and initially it was to fabricate a smart bike. Very soon we have understood that what we were up to, it was to make an application that will make the bike smart. So the smart bin is a process of constructing a DIY bin that will incorporate the sufficient electronic systems needed for the participation in the network. The idea is to have a bin that will collect materials, and when the bin is full of the materials that collects, will call someone who needs this material to go there and collect the materials that they need. The idea with the bike, it was to find a method of transferring this with an ecological method of transferring this. That's why we established the procedure of making a bike that will be made out of recycled materials of old used bikes. Unfortunately, this idea that is fully ecological, and it happened in this country, only Greece managed to make a bike that was made out of recyclable parts. It is very difficult to be done, for example, in Italy, because as we found out, in Italy they had lots of procedures that they prevented them to make a bike that then it will have the permit to be on the streets. So for the bike, we did these applications that it is a dual application, both on Android and iOS, that provide the information regarding the materials quantity level of a smart bin. So for this, we did the design that after the initial trials that we did with different configurations of the design, we came up with a design that was very easy to set up. We have full details of how to set up this project in this directory that is in this INNOMED-UP platform that we have in the University of NTUA, that contains all the materials, all the files that you need to print out the plastics, and to go to make the CNC cuts. And it contains all the electronics as well. I mean, Professor Souders is going to tell you all this procedure about the open source software, because we came up with a solution that it is open to everyone. Yeah, I mean, it is a software that it is fully downloadable and fully useful for everyone to repeat the procedure after the program. This is the procedure of making up the smart bin that we have here somewhere in the room. we have some different printouts, banners that we collect different material in Athens. We collect metals, we collect plastics, leathers, etc. And then we have this application in Android and iOS with that you can download the application from, for example, in iOS, you can go to the apps and download the INNOMED-UP application, and then you can sign into the platform, and you can have this full map of all the bins that are placed, for example, in Athens, as it shows this picture here. And then you can go and collect the materials when needed. And of course, there is a route that it gives you the program to go from the place that you are to the place to go to collect the material from the map. So that's it. Thank you very much from me. So now Professor Soutris is going to tell you a few things about the electronics and the software.
Good afternoon to everyone. I think you can hear me quite well. Okay, I'm Dimitrios. Thanks, Mattheos, for the introduction, and also I have to thank the project coordinator Sofia for inviting me, okay, for this panel. Okay, first of all, I have to say that you can see from my affiliation that I'm working with National Technical University of Athens, but I'm from electrical and computer engineering department. So I have a perspective, I have different viewpoint, I have a different, let's say, way of thinking, okay? A combination of different thinkings is, okay, science. Okay, we receive, let's say, for the moderator and the project coordinator, a number of questions, okay? In the top of this slide, you can see in the top of this slide, you can see the question, and below some comments, a few comments. Okay, the first question is, which these questions are common for all the members of panel. So the next page is not necessary, let's say, to repeat. Okay, these questions. Okay, the first question is about how open source tools have been used and what is their correspondence within fabricated smart tools. Okay. First of all, I have to say that NTUA as entity, not only as partner for this particular project, is fully aware about the advantages and disadvantages of open source culture. Open source culture for software and hardware. Okay. And here I have to highlight that the project management for INNOMED-UP, okay, in Work Package 1, if I remember correctly, established a certain activity about the importance of open source. Okay. The organization and today encourage all partners, not only in the Department of Architecture, but in all faculties, okay, to use open source tool where it's possible. Okay. Here, in a particular project, in Smart Tools, we adopt open source software and open source strategies. Okay. I have highlighted some examples. Okay, the first example is we use open hardware policy for the design of the electronic part, like the module which is embedded in the smart bin. Okay. Also, we use open source stuff packages for the design databases, and of course, also Android, open source software, okay, for mobile app. Okay. A general comment. This comment, I think, is useful for any CBC med, okay, and for future calls. Okay. Apart from the open source hardware software, there are also new open source strategies. For example, open core. You can have a real processor, okay, a real hardware, okay, for which available, okay, in the market. I mean, free. Okay, so this, for example, such activity is RISC-V, for example, and this open core activity could be used, okay, for open hardware and also for open software. And this idea could be used, okay, for future call of any CBC med. Okay. Now, the second question is about the design process. Okay. And how does innovation emerge through do-it-yourself product development? Okay. First of all, I have to share with you some keywords, some key features of DIY, product development procedure. And this procedure has intrinsically some real innovative features. Okay. I have highlighted some of them. Okay. The first one is about customization and tailoring. Sorry. Okay. The idea of customization is that we design, the product following specific features, specifications, and market needs or customer needs. Okay. And also, this way, with customization, the people can fit, okay, in niche markets. The second feature is iteration and improvement. Okay, iteratively redesign a product means that the new generation of product is more innovative than the previous one. Okay, this is another feature of DIY. Sorry. The third one is about the cost and resource efficiency. Indeed, okay, since the tools, hardware, software are free, okay, and you can develop, a product which is cost efficient. Okay. Another point is what's called in literature innovation gap filling. Okay, the idea here is that the DIY, okay, product development allows individuals to identify and fill gaps in the market or existing products. The last one is bottom-up innovation. We start from modules and then we build a system, a complete system. So the last point also is fully related, okay, with the last bullet here, that in INNOMED-UP project, we follow, actually we integrated, okay, separate innovative modules. Okay. So I highlight, with capital letters, the word integration. Okay. And integration is innovation. Okay. Next question is about smart tool production. Here is a question about the difficulties that we met, okay, during the product, development. Okay, I think that the design group was aware before the design procedure about the difficulties that came from the disadvantages of open source culture. Okay. We know that very well that a proprietary product, okay, a proprietary product, for example, you have in mobile phone, from technology perspective is less innovative than a product for a small SME. Okay. But however, we have additional difficulties, okay, for a particular modules of INNOMED, smart tools. Okay, we have, okay, we design in software. I have here some actions in software. Okay, we spent time for design space exploration of to find, I mean, which is the best open source package, okay, for our, products, our smart tools, okay. Design space exploration means, availability, popularity, support from other communities, also to see what the other partners of INNOMED and INNOMED-UP, are familiar. Similar strategy will follow also for hardware, okay? We perform a real exhaustive design space exploration, through vast, large number of parameters, okay? Among us, cost, sensors and the modules availability, okay? Remember that, have to remind you that the product developed during COVID period, that silicon modules is not always available, okay, in the market. And I would like let's say, to stop, the design procedure. And at the bottom of this slide, I have highlighted some difficulties for the particular project. Okay, one point is silicon or module availability. Okay, okay. Still, although we haven't COVID-19, still we have problems with the silicon, the availability of silicon around the world. Okay, okay, due to tensions between the US and China. Also, another difficulty which is time-consuming procedure is the testing and validation of the implemented modules and software, and also have to check different scenarios regarding the network availability. Have to imagine, okay, the availability of communication network in the different countries, not only in Greece, and of course. We redesigned the board, okay, in Smart Bin, a couple of times. Next question is about the how smart tools are engaged through the different characteristics of the clusters developed on behalf of INNOMED-UP. Okay, the actual implementation and utilization of smart tools varies based on the unique characteristics of the needs of each cluster, okay? Which means that customization, okay, supports the different clusters, okay? And as far as I know, all partners, more or less, we meet this goal, okay? As an example, I have here the design of a smart application for bike, providing information about the material quantity in Smart Bin, okay? And also the SMEs, the platform also supports the communication between SMEs, okay? It's very important, have a cluster of SMEs, it's very important. And also this platform provides also useful information regarding the Smart Bin location, status of bin and real-time features. And we're arriving in the last slide, okay, last question and last slide, okay, it's about future. Okay, future use and or implementation, how could you consider further developing? No, the title is fine here.
It's still coming. You mean the graphs are still coming?
Okay. I'm using this one for, okay. Okay, you can see the title. So we're talking for the future. How we'll develop, if consider further development of smart tools. Okay, first of all, okay, I have to stress, and I have to underline that smart tools can be extended in several fronts, in several, let's say, directions, depending on the application, features at this market, let's say, needs. Okay. For that purpose, one point is, one future direction is massive Internet of Things network. Okay, indeed, okay, a cluster of companies is an Internet of Things. Okay, so these companies in some way should communicate. And we expect more people in our network, so this means more data, more communication features, etc. The second feature, which is very important in order, it was very useful for tools, okay, for smart tools, okay, is scalability and deployment features, okay. Scalability is really essential in order to accommodate, okay, large number of users, and also to process large amount of data, okay. And some more other technical stuff was very important for the security, okay. For each the security purposes for each user is things which are related with the vertical and horizontal deployment. Here I have highlighted two technologies, which is well-known technologies. It's not something really special, or something magic. They are technologies of Docker. This one. The other one is called Kubernetes. Kubernetes is the technology. With this technology, you can deploy in an automatic way an application in several resources or several IoT resources. Okay. Third feature, okay, for future stuff is collaborative, to add collaborative features. Again, since we're talking about different clusters, different companies, different SMEs, different people, okay, and so the collaborative feature should be embedded, okay, in the new version of smart tools. And regarding the last line of the question, which is about which cases could potentially assist with the future smart tools, I have here three suggestions, okay, which about agri application, smart cities, and healthcare, let's say, application. In these three applications, could consider circular economy for agri, circular economy features, okay, for smart city, okay. To collect papers, waste material is part of smart city, and also the same also for healthcare, maybe for diagnosis purposes, or to collect, let's say, the waste from for doctors from a big city, or to collect, let's say, or to recycle drugs from different locations of a city. I think the idea is that I have to highlight and to keep in your mind 3 points. Okay, we are talking about Internet of Things technology, it's fine, okay? The maturity of tools is quite good, so I hope that, quite sure that the future applications could be quite stable, okay, and resilient, okay, which is also important. And I think that the last message from my side is, okay, all stakeholders, people, let's say, from Department of Electrical Engineering, people from mechanical engineering, people for architecture, people, let's say, for from SMEs or associations, we should stay around the table and to find, really common and effective solutions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Soudris. I would like Mr. Stefanos Komninos to take the floor.
Yeah, speaking. Thank you very much for the invitation. Project taking place in order to face one of the main needs or challenges for the business, which is cyclicality, circularity, sorry, and especially for the small and very small enterprises, which are going to face an extra burden, competing with larger entities who will have the possibility and the potential to invest on these new technologies and marketing tools, actually. So I'm sorry that I'm not going to bring you good news from the side of small businesses, but for the vast majority of businesses and small enterprises in the southern part of Europe, the idea of clusters is not a successful one, okay? I'm an economist, so let me, allow me to remind to everyone what cluster is. According to Porter, Michael Porter, the first one who introduced the idea of cluster, cluster is a geographically close business, group of businesses and other entities like universities, which interact with the help of technology to implement actions in specific sectors. Now, you must have heard two different terms, clusters, business networks. They are not the same, actually. So we have what we mean by cluster, what's the difference of clusters against networks? A cluster is a group of businesses very close and close for their purpose businesses, large number of members, equal participation of members, and flexible relations. Cluster is a separate entity, different to its members, which evolves. It could replace, in a specific period of time, the parts and create a new larger entity, but in some cases it could continue representing its members under a loose cooperation and exchange of services or products. On the other side, a business network is something more flexible. There could be no geographical restrictions or sectoral restrictions. The number of its members could decrease, increase, but the relation of the members is clearly defined, and usually it is constructed where the companies are supporting each other through complementary products or services, okay? We have vertical and horizontal clusters or business networks. In our case, I think we are going to face a complex network, which is both vertical, the producers of waste, and the users of it, and a several number of companies in each state. And somewhere in the middle, the mediator. Okay. So from the beginning, it's we don't start from the by book directions. This project is more challenging. It becomes even more challenging when the purpose is not tangible or is not clearly tangible. Usually businesses take care about their profit. Where's the profit out of this project? So in order to make it more viable, each cluster should have very clear scope, a very clear scope of how money is going to be created. Isn't going to be created through additional, through added value in the supply chain, or is it because it brings more value to the brand, to the company, it brings competitiveness against others who do not take part in the cluster, or even that's the positive approach. A defense approach could be that I have to somehow prepare myself for the competition coming from others. And as I am not a large entity, I have to create a network to disseminate the cost and to create added value out of this cooperation. Now, coming back to why Greek companies and Southern European small companies are not so fond of clustering. There are specific reasons. Let me explain them in a few words. Now, first of all, we do have a larger percentage of very, very small companies with respect to other Northern European countries. It could be almost the average with other Mediterranean countries. Okay? The problem is not the percentage itself. The problem is that these very small companies, again, sorry, explain what is a very small, what is a micro. That's how we call them in the European context. It's a company up to 10 employees. Okay, then from 10 to 50, 50 to 250, 250 more and more are the large entities. To share the data, 98% of companies in Europe are SMEs, small and medium enterprises. Out of this, small companies are something about 90%, and very small, the micro, from country to country is different. In Greece, we have the largest percentage of micro. In Germany, the lowest. Germany is about 83, I think, percent, the micro companies with respect to the total number. The problem with very small micro companies in Greece is that they do not want to evolve. They do not want to expand. They do not want to work together with others. They are fine and satisfied with what they have achieved at the moment. Usually, not usually, all of them actually are owned by the founder, which in the case of Greece, the tax identity of the company is the same with the tax identity of the owner. Exactly. So
sales tax and income tax, maybe.
No, I'm talking about the tax identity, tax number, let's say, tax.
Yes.
Okay. So
it's income tax, the same income tax. For the owner is the same for the shop.
Yes, exactly.
It's in Jordan also, the same issue.
I know.
Please use the microphone.
Sorry? The microphone. You can use the microphone.
Excuse me. I'm talking also in Jordan, it's the same case. the income tax and for the owner, and for the shop is the same income tax, because it's a micro shop, or you can say enterprise.
Exactly, thank you. This comes from the history after the Second World War in Southern European countries or Mediterranean countries. It was not easy for the majority of citizens to create a company, a real company, I'm talking about. So the governments allowed them to, with no extra regulatory framework, you know, to stop working just under their own tax identity. And this is a structural problem, because it means that they connect the life of the company with their own life, or at least with their own employment life, okay? They don't understand how they can sell it. They cannot sell it, actually, because it's themselves. They may employ 1, 2, 3, 4 people, but only few of them. Usually they don't have an accounting support, a proper one, that they are not forced to report economic data, so they cannot really understand the profits, and they connect their income with the company's income. So this is a main trouble, a main problem to go into a network. They are used to work by themselves, themselves and their family. There's another problem based on the fact that usually governments have not understand that problem and cannot support these companies to go on. It could be a fortunate challenge together with Metsovio Polytechnio to work together in creating a structure to make these people change their mentality. Some extra regulatory reform should be needed. We could start by an easy transformation process from the personal company, not a company, okay, to a company. But projects like INNOMED can help them understand why to do that. So, I hope I didn't tire you, I didn't exhaust you. The idea is that let's work on calculating, on quantifying in terms of money and profit and turnover, what it means to take part in such a project, how much they are going to gain in sales, in profit, in acceptance, and then find them more easily and bring them together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Komninos. Now I would like to invite Imad Tartir and Haitham El-Khalili from Birzeit University. This is online. I don't know whether we have the... Are we ready?
Good afternoon. We're here.
Yes.
Hello? Hello? afternoon. We're here.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, so you're hearing me.
Why can't I say anything?
Hello?
I think we have a small problem. We cannot see you at the moment. Oh, now it's all right. It's okay. Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Well, thank you everybody for the introductions. Actually, we all sort of have almost same comments on the questions. So let me a little bit be brief in one hand and be elaborate in our specific case on the other hand. I wonder if my presentation is there, but anyways, it's in front of me here. So the first question was how open source tools have been used and what is their correspondence with the fabricated smart tools. Well, we're in Birzeit University, we have an IT policy that prefers to use open source applications where possible. Otherwise, okay, we can go to commercial software. For the smart tools, design and fabrications, almost all applications were open source. We managed to fit our needs into these applications and we were fine. We were able to implement our smart tools. I would like to talk about the digital platform as well, not only the fabricated smart tools, because you know the digital platform is integral part of those smart tools. It's based on smart open source packages as well. In the back end, we have open source database. We have the PHP packages that all are open source packages. For the second question, designing the process, how does innovation emerge through DIY product development? Well, same comments our partners talked about here. However, we might be a little bit concerned in the design of the digital platform, how to fit those requirements, how to fit this innovation emerges within the smart and the digital platform, and how to build our smart bins using these innovation emerging products. These products are built on the requirements of our clients. We took some maybe requirements from the SMEs here. The requirements might be a little bit diverse. Our product, our SMEs develop their products with available resources and raw materials available in their geographical locations. So we have two, might be a little bit different case. We have two cities in Palestine here. We have Nablus and Hebron. The two different cities have two different products based on their available raw material, available in their geographical areas. It's not easy to transfer raw materials from one city to another city for political and geographical situation here. So the products were built upon the availability of the raw material. For the third question, smart tools reproduction. From the instructions to the constructed product. Same thing, but here I would like to concentrate on the difficulties. In our case, we have some special situations. We have isolated cities. Again, we transferring the raw material from one city to another is not so easy. The other thing is the geographical nature of our cities, where our cities built on placed on mountains, so the roads are so steepy. It's not easy to drive an ordinary bicycle with material, with weight on the material. So it's preferred to use some sort of driving force in the smart bicycle. Well, motorcycles are not preferred, especially in our situation. They're not safe. So we prefer to have some electric bike. They're they're safe for the environment in one side and safe for the driver on the other side. The bins we build, they were built to hold different kind of materials. We have stones, we have textile, we have wood, we have carton. So the bins have to hold this kind of material without being broken. We're trying to make long life bins so that they can help us as much time as possible, as long time as possible. So, stones are not easy to handle. On the other hand, maybe carton is a little bit easier to handle. So the bins were built depending on these things. So we have let me be more specific here. The bins were built in the skeleton and frame, and there's a basket inside it, which is consumable, replaceable part of the bins, so that we can, if this is broken, we can replace it and keep using the same bin, the same smart bin. Another thing is that we don't have much strong cellular communication facilities in Palestine. We only have 3G, and we have lots of blind areas. So even the communication or using the cellular network is not easy and not available in all parts of the city. So this has made us a little bit make some changes on the process in which we work. So, for example, the live location of the bike, not the bin, will not be available on the map. However, the bin is available on the map, and the status is available on the map. This is one problem, and maybe this will be a limitation for us until we have the 4G coverage. For question 4, clustering smart tools. Smart tools was engaged through different characteristics of the cluster developed on behalf of INNOMED. I talked about the sustainability of those bins, and talked about the smart bikes and the lifestyle. Maybe here the SMEs develop their cluster depending on the supply chain or the supplied raw materials and their interests. In the southern part of Palestine, where Hebron is there, they concentrate more on the stones and maybe glassware. This is why all the clusters there are mainly developed using this raw materials. This might be a limitation. However, this the innovation makes us go there. On the other hand, on Nablus and the northern part of Palestine, we have different clusters, maybe based on textile and cartoon and other materials like this. Future use and implementation, and what potential cases we assist. Well, we didn't have full supply chain management cycle on this phase of the project. We have some sort of supply chain. The SMEs can order raw material provider can usually fill up the bins. After that, we have some actions and events on which the driver can move or can pick the bin and move to the requesting SME. But it seems that we need to develop some sort of full supply chain management, maybe central stores in which the raw material can be stored there. We know that the raw material providers might be producing material or might be under-producing materials. The material they use may be excessive or may be a scarce resource. This is why we need some sort of chain management, supply chain management cycle. The other thing is that the smart bins built so that they can hold only one kind of material. On the other hand, the SMEs might need more than one kind, and the providers can produce more than one kind of raw material. So multi-cell bins might be a good idea to minimize the time and minimize the cost of the producing smart tools. The final thing we might need some more powerful electric bike to hold the big smart bins. This is because of the hilly nature of our country, our cities here. Thank you.
I would like to invite Marco Vella from Center for Social and Economic Research in Southern Italy.
Okay,
Please,
thank you.
Marco.
Thank you. Now, I'll just briefly reply to some of the questions of the round table. So regarding the first question, how open source tools are being used and what is their correspondence with fabricated smart tools, we can say that I also will repeat some of the parts that Alessandro exposed during his previous presentation about the cluster and the future of the cluster itself and the future of the cluster. So it is the last question. So regarding the first one, we can say that some of the tools were in our skills. So the one of printing, the one of using the 3D printers and the cut of woods. We face some challenges in the production of the electronic system and the connection of the smart bins with the digital platform. So luckily, with the assistance of the NTUA, Konstantinos, Mateus, and other people, or the beneficiary, we achieved to produce the smart tools, so mainly the garbage bin, and we adapted it according also the materials. So, for example, in the wood balance, we put some thickness in order the balance sensors to work, because it was on the same level, so it was difficult too. So we adopted really simple solution to put them working. So on the side of looking at this project to the future, probably following the instructions could be useful and interesting. We produce 10 identical smart bins, but for the future could be interesting to use in the same project, so the same repository and do-it-yourself manual, to adapt them, adapt the smart bins according to the needs of the SMEs. So for example, having bigger or smaller bins, or having bins that instead of having both sensor weight and the ultrasonic sensor, have only one of them according to the need to measure the volume or the weight. Because for example, it is a concrete example of wood collection by an SME of the cluster. If you put longer pieces of wood, of course the ultrasonic sensor, even if the bin is not full, detect it like full. So it is okay, it is an experimentation, and we found a solution how to manage it, because it's an open source project, so we can adapt and modify it accordingly. So no specific aspects on this, if not that being an open source project, it can be adapted to the local needs. So I integrated also with the second question about, and the third question, smart tools reproduction. From the extraction to the constructed product, where are the difficulties? So I say them, the only point it is related probably the scalability. So in the case, and also I connect to the last question, so I resume in one my short and brief analysis, and it is related also to what was said by, sorry, I look into the name, Professor Stefanos Komninos. So what is a cluster, and how dynamic or not dynamic it is. So in our case, we probably agree on your definition of cluster, because our cluster is not a well-connected, structured cluster, but it is a dynamic one, especially for the situation of Palermo City, where there is not a so strong SMEs fabric. So many of the SMEs, as Alessandro said this morning, are informal ones, or sometimes they are like in the form of NGOs in the first startup phase. And after, in case if they succeed, they transform themselves in registered individual, so even super micro enterprise, or working in small groups, or individuals working among them like a studio, like a studio. So the challenge from one side, but also the strong point in the Palermo case is that connecting different reality put ourselves to think on how to put into practice also in optical sustainability these connections. It is not easy, of course, because on the other side, what SMEs are doing now, sometimes are not collecting waste in the proper way. Sometimes they use their remains, their leftovers, like domestic waste, so sometimes they are put in the garbages like other waste. So SMEs need to be, SMEs and informal SMEs or NGOs need to be trained on how to manage waste. And what we are doing, we did and will do with the info point that still we remain active to the nodes, so the center managed by CRESM, is to continue informing SMEs on the opportunities and also on the importance in a circular economy strategy to have an equilibrate way of managing waste. Equilibrate, I mean from the economic point of view, because it has a cost and a significant cost. If, as it should be, you have to stay behind all the rules and legislation, and also on the social point of view. So this is why Nodes is like an hub where people can, from one side, discuss, meet, be trained, and on the other side, side, waste can be done in physics, apart the role of the platform that is really important, also a work of sensitization and matching among different enterprises that can benefit from different waste produced. And so on this side, I also agree with what Dr. Antonis Mavropoulos said during the intervention this morning, that it is essential to institutionalize what we do. From the social point of view, essential, it is the basis, and also from the legislative point of view. So it is needed, it is a big challenge. We don't have legislation, laws, tailor-made according to small organizations. And small organizations don't have the capacity, the capability to understand legislation, and many times go over. They don't have the resources to pay lawyers or somebody to support them. So this is why also we try as much as possible, but the legislation is so wide, the European one, and many times the Italian one, because it's sometimes on some topic there are umbrella laws. So we work strong on this aspect. And on the scalability, so to finish it, I think that the platform could be used for the future also to put more and more enterprises, and probably it will be useful to imagine like an improvement. It is a thought, I'm not a technician, an informatic technician, work more on social science, to find like a reservation modality, in the sense that if one day this platform will grow, probably it will be useful to have a neutral way that could be used by SMEs that can reserve materials also to don't generate conflicts, I can say, among it. Thank you.
That's Marco. Now is Sadi Ahmad Hamas from Future Pioneer.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Shadi Hamash from Future Pioneers, Jordan. My participation will be short because I found all of you are tired now and somebody is sleepy. And to avoid repeating the answers of my colleagues, I will concentrate on the last question, which is about the future development. Actually, most of projects dies, or the products dies after finishing of the project. So I will talk about the sustainability of the products, which is the sustainability of smart bin. How can we sustain it? I believe that we have two suggestions. The first one is to give it or to be hosted by a public place, for example, by a mall. In this case, the mall will take care of this smart bin, and it will be sustained. It will continue working, and it will be, it can be used by the local community for SMEs, and all SMEs can obtain the collected waste materials in this case. So this is the first suggestion to, or for sustainability. The second suggestion is to create or to develop an outside, okay, or an outdoor, sorry, model of this smart bin, so that with suitable materials, and it could be powered by solar panel or by solar power. In this manner, it will be also available for the local community of SMEs. Instead of being hosted in one workshop. I think by using these two suggestions, we can sustain the output products of this project forever, maybe, instead of finishing it after the end of this project. The last development suggestion is for the bike. Actually, the bike maybe will work in some certain conditions, but for example, in rainy days or storm days, I think it's not suitable for such conditions. I believe that it should be developed so that it can be used outdoor in all conditions to sustain this process of providing waste for all SMEs, and that's all. Thank you.
I would like to ask if there are any questions. Yes. Close to the microphone, please. You have to be close.
Okay, I'd like to ask you if we could use this platform to actually certify ourselves. You can hear me?
I didn't hear the question myself.
So the question is whether we can use the platform to certify ourselves. Because one of the problems of small businesses that we do work in a circular production, we don't find a way to certify. We actually do work in a circular fashion. Thank you.
Did you hear the
question?
The question. No. You can.
I'm just explaining to
Please use the microphone.
Yes. Okay. As far as I understood the question.
Okay. I will speak in English, probably worse English than Garifallia, to explain your question, which is if, as circular businesses, they do circular production right now, if they could be certified through this platform to, let's say, if I can understand well, if NTUA or the project will give the certification to circular businesses that they that they are already zero waste businesses, SMEs.
Okay.
If this could be an option, a potential.
All right. The way this platform is being designed, it is meant to be used outside this program. As far as I understood, this is the concept, to be able to use the platform outside the program, isn't it? So it is meant to be used outside the program, and there are certain priorities that we have. I don't know what will happen after 1 year that this platform is going to be maintained by Dr. Sardi in Palestine, because the platform that operates the program, it is housed in a server in Palestine. But it could be very easy for us to house afterwards the platform in NTUA to continue serving the purpose for the community well beyond the end of the program.
Okay. May I comment? Can you hear me? Yeah. If I have understood correctly, the goal of this project is to provide a proof of concept, okay, or several proof of concepts, okay, that you can, through different use cases, to see, the benefits of circular economy, okay, in closed exile, okay. So, my experience from European EU-funded projects, okay, if there is no work package or activity about certification, okay, I think, I mean, the partner will not work about certification. So again, so here, I mean, the first outcome is to prove that, to show the community that have, I mean, proof of concept in product, proof of concept, okay, in smart tools, okay. I hope that these goals have been achieved, okay, have been met, okay. So certification is another procedure, is critical, yeah. Is a way, certification procedure is a way, let's say, to, how to say, to commercialize in some way, I mean, a product, okay. Maybe it could be the next step, okay. Regarding the tools, okay, Matthews mentioned, yep, I think it's quite easy. I mean, with just a GitHub account, can host, I mean, NTUA everywhere. I mean, not only NTUA, but so for the tools, I have no any doubts or any, but for certification, I think it's it's beyond the scope of the current project. If I have understood correctly your question.
Personally, don't understand the use of certification in this project, to be honest.
You didn't understand my question.
Can I answer?
Please come closer to hear you quite well, because there's too much noise here, too much echo. So
Can I answer or explain something?
too much echo, so I cannot hear you well. So apologies. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, thanks for...
Look, can I explain something about the digital platform? About the digital platform itself, the platform. Because it was designed, and now, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
It was designed, and now it's operating. And as you know, in Birzeit University, we will host it for 3 years after the project comes to an end.
Okay.
But the platform itself, it was not designed for commercial purposes. It was designed for communication purposes, not for commercial purposes. Now, the second point, that in each country there is an administrator for the SME works in its territory. I think, and they have authority to deal with this part that belongs to their country, depending that they will respect the rules for using of this digital platform, the ethics of using the digital platform. But for commercial purposes, it was not designed.
Okay, okay.
But it will be hosted for 3 years in Birzeit University website.
Okay.
By Computer Center.
Okay, quite clear. But what I said, Dr. Sati, it is that the way this hardware and software are designed is that we can overpass the platform, because the tools that we have designed, they use the platform at this point, but they can quite easily set up a Firebase in an individual database and continue to be functional without the use of the platform. So that's why I said that everyone who wants to use the tools, yes, everyone who wants to use the tools, they can use it freely, and they can have all the purposes that they can achieve, even commercial purposes, because it's a well-designed tool for everyone to adapt, and they can find all the instructions on the internet to implement it and have it in. So that's why I said that everyone can use it for this commercial creativity purposes that they might need it.
Ahmad, are you available with us?
Ahmad Tertir.
Okay, can we continue with this?
Oh, shall I continue my question?
Yes, yes, please.
So, what I meant is that the problem that small businesses that do circular production have is when asking for certifications from the European Union is how to measure that they are zero waste, you know? So I was wondering, because this platform already does measure quantities that go out of one business and end up to another, that maybe that will be the next step. So I'm seeing it as a positive, you know, possibility. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I think this is beyond the scope of this program. And I mean, all we have managed to do is to match people who want to find material, and they can establish a way of having someone who throw away material and someone who can creatively use this material. So this is something that can be achieved through this program. So everything else, of course, is beyond the scope of this project. Okay.
May I? No. No, only to think in our idea there is the option, in case we'll be able to scale it up, to give informal certification about. So it is like, it could be like a brand that enterprises connected to the cluster or to the network, they can put like a brand in their shop, like we are adhering to a circular economy network. That is something more on the side of buyers, that when go to your shop, they can recognize you like a green company, but it's not useful or feasible for example, standing to European Union certification, official ones, but a way to measure it, at least for our case, in Palermo, is that it is mandatory to write not receipt when you move a waste from a place to another one. So in the not receipt, I have to write that I'm transporting 20 kilos of wood from my enterprises located in to the other address of the enterprise in the name of. So, and it is an official document you should store, because but I think also it is the same in Greece. If not, it is illegal waste trafficking. If, hypothetically, of course, municipal police stop you with waste in your car, you are enterprises, theoretically you cannot transport them, you can only wait an enterprise is coming you to sell them or buy them for recycling the waste.
Okay.
May I add some remarks now? And again, to understand which is going to be not 10 years after the European situation. I'm talking about Europe now, not other Mediterranean countries, but it's actually happening. A very austere, a very heavy regulatory framework is being deployed, stemming from European directives, regarding almost every waste material. How the producer is now responsible, through the last directives being imposed, to create a collective system of collecting any consumption waste, any waste coming from households after the consumption of the product, and not allowing the waste to become part of the general waste. So we have the term, the idea of selective collection in the source. Source is the household, is the consumption. Meaning that we will not be able anymore in 1, 2, 3 years from now on in Europe to throw our waste in bins, general bins, but we have to find a specific bin for its different material. This is already happening. So which could be the window of this project? I think it could be for the industrial waste, not the waste after the consumption. Not household waste. I'm talking about consumption. Sometimes we do not consume it within the household, but also outside. That's why. You're right. So industrial waste is not yet part of that compulsory regulatory framework in Europe. It's not yet. There are regulations imposing companies to report the quantities they produce as waste. There are certified collectors to collect it. And so it could be that this project addresses the problem of the very small enterprises which will not be able to support such a scheme. Probably they will have to pay for their waste to be collected if there is no such an exchange system set in place. Okay, so yes, it could be a challenge. Yes, so it could be redirected to that part of the supply chain, B2B waste.
Yeah, okay, B2B waste, but this is only focusing on creative projects. I mean, because what we are doing is not for the general waste. We are focusing on waste that somehow another entity, an SME entity, found a way to create something out of it. So this is, it is not in the same line with what we're doing on reducing the waste. Okay, so it's a very, okay, let me sum up, and Professor Vienu wants to say something.
Πώς, ναι. Μ' ακούτε? Ωραία.
Yes.
We have to close the discussion because we are a half an hour behind. So,
one question, yeah.
One more question.
No,
okay.
Please. We have to close the discussion because we have another round table. I would like to thank Professor Shadi because he gave us a clear explanation about the sustainability of the platform.
Okay.
Also, this discussion was quite rich about some ideas concerning the certification of the CCI SMEs on the field. But I would like to remind to our subgrantees and SMEs that are in this hall that we have with them, they were awarded, so they have some proofs that are competitive on the field. And as the other matters, how we can give some certification, we have some ideas, and we can make some proposals to the relevant institution as the Chamber of Small Medium Enterprises, as Mr. Komninos already explained to us many things. So all the subgrantees have some proofs, some documents, because they have an agreement with us after an open call. So they have some certification of their work.
I don't think that was the point. It was another thing.
the last word is that tomorrow, during the steering committee, we have to discuss many topics like this because we are very much interested about the sustainability of the ideas of this project.
Okay.
So it is an open discussion anyway. We have to proceed. 10 minutes of pause café.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all.
Very strict time, because we have the other second.
Okay,
we have
thanks.
the second.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon once more. And so this is the second round table, which focus on how are creatives adopting circular practices, problems and opportunities. Let me introduce our participants. Samia Saad from Municipality of Tunis, an open market. Okay. Next, Spiros Kizis, Locul Subgrantee Athens. Paolo Guarnieri, Municipality of Prato, also an open market. And I hope that is online. Avoryro Ciaperoni.
Hello, everybody. Yes, we are here. Aurelio is here with me from Palermo.
Hi, from Fuori Catalogo. Is that correct?
Exactly.
I think it is. So, let's have the context of this discussion panel of that round table. Mediterranean cities are dealing with overwhelming waste production and management. The circular economy is becoming one of the most valuable sustainable goals for future cities. It's well known that CCI SMEs create strong networks and clusters in the centers of the cities and collaborate as non-typical value chain production. This characteristic could become the canvas towards redistribution and reuse of the secondary materials for CCI use. Through this process, a new productive paradigm could arise, enhancing the sustainability of small, medium enterprises and the cities while deepening local productive clusters. The benefits could be multiple. For the traditional productive networks, the preservation of cities' cultural identity and the environmental goals. If we agree in that context, let's have 4 rounds of questions and answers from our participants. I have the first one. I'll start from Samia. What is your experience regarding the link between CCIs, SMEs, and circular practices? What do you think, Samia?
It's important to the importance of circular economy is let the artisan and SMEs and civil society all together to launch a cluster and be active in reuse of used material and to put it in economic profit for all, especially for SMEs, and it's important to create. Thank you. So, as I said, the importance of the economy, a circular economy, is to put together civil society, SMEs, municipalities like municipality of Tunis, to all together to make a circular economy, to product, to reuse what thrown by all of us, partner, habitant of the Medina, and we are aware of the importance of circular economy in Tunisia, in Medina especially. That's why the Medina is, the municipality of Tunis is a part of this event, and he's aware of the importance to solve a main problem, what causes many negative point and negative disadvantages for all habitants of the Medina. The Medina of Tunis, for example, receives daily 3 million of visitors. That is why the waste is great, and the challenge to solve this great problem is also great.
Spiros.
Yes. My experience is in Greece, where I think that circular economy is in a very early stage. We're doing baby steps. And the fact, for instance, that we are now having the INNOMED-UP is it's a very good thing, because more people are going to be aware of what is circular economy and how the SMEs are involved in that. Though I think that it is like we're trying to approach a very big problem by those that have the smallest engagement in the problem. What I mean is that it's very nice that we're trying to connect the local artisans, the SMEs, and people that are going to exchange their waste. But if we see the bigger picture, I'm not very sure yet about what is the impact that this will have in the total damage that is in general done by the waste of the industries. So it's a very nice approach. We're doing baby steps, and I'm very positive about it. But for the moment, that's all I can say.
Thank you, Spiros. And what is your opinion, Paolo?
Okay. So the situation in Prato is that the waste is basically at the heart of the city, because the entire industrial district is based on recycling textile coming from all over the world. So now the time has come that we come to we take further steps towards zero waste approaches. And there in Prato, where we have fashion and textile, so design and creativity and identity are very much present there. But I feel that what is needed now is that even traditional textile companies and fashion companies need let's say, the support and the help of really disruptive, creative and cultural actors to not only redesign the clothes and create more attractive garments for the people, but just rethink the way they are doing their clothes. They are doing the clothes. I think CCIs can really change the approach to creating garments, which is no more only an economic, which on turn is also a social approach, so to enhance the economic and social status of the people, but also they can create more meaningful, and that also means more valuable, durable items that can last longer and that can be reused several times until they are maybe turned, upcycled into new products.
Thank you. And now Aurelio from Fori Catalogo.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay.
I will translate if you don't mind.
Hi,
Aurelio
Maria Luisa.
Speaks Italian and I will translate for him.
Ok.
La mia esperienza è principalmente nell'allestimento di scenografie ed exhibit museali.
My experience concerns mostly the creation of scenographies for the theater and museum exhibitions.
Quindi uso diversi tipi di materiali, cioè il legno, materiali plastici e anche di stoffe.
So I use different materials, for instance wood, fabric and plastic.
E già da prima si metteva in atto la ricerca di scarti di materiali che potessero essere utilizzati, e questo progetto diciamo che ottimizza qualcosa che in maniera embrionale già un poco si faceva.
Even before my involvement in the INNOMED-UP project, I used to have a sort of network for exchanging materials here in Palermo, but with the implementation of the INNOMED-UP cluster, we are trying to optimize this process.
Quindi è qualcosa che diciamo, è stato utile per conoscere più realtà possibili e rendere diciamo, ottimale non solo il riutilizzo ma anche il risparmio nell'acquistare materiale e nello smaltire.
So the implementation of the INNOMED-UP cluster was useful to get to know and to involve different SMEs, other SMEs, and to make this exchange process more functional and just better than before. I think that's all for the moment.
Thank you, Aurelio and Maria Luisa. So let's go to the second question. What would be the benefits and the perspectives of such interconnection, I mean between CCIs, SMEs and circular practices, of course, and let's begin, Paolo, please.
Okay. So the benefit of connecting CCIs to the circular practices is that by their nature, they are more open to contaminate different sectors. I feel that designers, creatives, and artists are in the habit of bringing in different ingredients to their creations, that which is not the usual way that business is done. So the linear business is focused, let's say, vertically on making profit, optimizing resources, and not caring that much about the end of life of the things, of the products. And the perspective from CCIs, particularly those that are very keen on being more deep in their creations, deeper, touching deeper notes in the appreciation of the people. We don't speak about customers for art. We speak about public people and persons who enjoy the products. So these creative actors have a completely different perspective. And this is the probably overturning the system, as it was said this morning, even the economic system, and they can introduce and bring new possibilities where the industry only sees limitations. So it's a completely different paradigm. And also, beside bringing in more ingredients, different ingredients and sectors in their creations, also they mobilize the actors. For our open market, we see that, for example, students that were brought in the pilot and the cluster, they were the most engaged actors, one of the most engaged actors in creating value for the, and they were very, very much motivated. And they were there, they were asked, they were answering questions. So just because creativity doesn't exclude things, but brings in and includes things and people. And so this is the difference and the shift that it can bring to the system.
Let's go to Spiros as a creator. What's your opinion?
I think I agree with Paolo, and one important thing that I see about that is that it kind of makes things more simple. I don't say easier, but it sounds like it's more simple when you break the problem down in smaller pieces. And what looks that it's happening here is that we are focusing on neighborhoods in small businesses and their waste and how artisans can take their waste and do something out of it. That by itself is something more tender than dealing with big corporations and how to solve the problem from there. So I think that there are many benefits from it, because nowadays there's a trend on focusing on small businesses and seeing what are they capable of. Even the market is more interested in small-scaled companies and their products. There's a whole trend from foods to consuming products to whatever, to shop locally. Think big, but shop small. So all that, I think it kind of makes sense and it works like a puzzle.
Okay, let's go again to Italy, and Aurelio and Maria Luisa.
Yes. Eccoci. Okay. The most important benefit is economic benefit. I try to speak English. Is economic benefit because I don't have to buy a new material, and I don't have to buy
I don't need to pay for the waste disposal that in Italy is very expensive for special waste.
And the perspective could be when quando noi produciamo degli oggetti o degli exhibit, specifichiamo che sono fatti con materiale di recupero e questo aumenta il loro valore sociale.
In terms of perspectives, when I produce from recycled or upcycled material, that enhance the product's value in terms of social and economic value.
Per alcuni musei o per alcune compagnie è molto importante specificare questo, sia perché abbatte i costi, ma perché l'oggetto, l'installazione diventa anche un messaggio sociale.
For some of my clients, producing from recycled and upcycled materials is very important because it enhances the social message of their work, as we are talking about museums or theaters and so on.
In Italia non è così facile avere piccole aziende artigianali o produttive. Abbiamo molte restrizioni, molte leggi, molte tasse, quindi qualsiasi cosa possa aiutare il bilancio aziendale o il nome o la diffusione, diciamo, la diffusione del lavoro, aiuta a incrementare le piccole aziende, perché in Italia sono le grandi aziende che lavorano molto di più, cioè le piccole stanno sparendo.
In Italy, it's not very easy for SMEs to survive the market, because it is very expensive in terms of taxes to have an SME. So anything that can help economically the SME is useful, both in terms of tangible economic benefits. So I'm talking about the fact that if we exchange material, we don't need to pay for waste management from one side, and from the other side, the benefit is also in terms of marketing and promotion of the final product.
Grazie.
I think that's all. Thank you.
And Samia? The municipality of Tunis, since he begins this project implementation, there is a survey is maintained by the technical officer of municipality. There is many problems to face in this implementation of Medina, especially when the Medina is an old one and it contains habitant, and there is citizens who is against all the changes. But there are the positive point is the citizens are with to clean the place, to clean the road, and to make a solution for them and for the future. That's why among these citizens there are many thinking about the ways to find a solution. When INNOMED-UP offers a grant, they offer to the citizen, to civil society, and to to different artisans to have also the to have a grant to proceed their work or to create a new SMEs. We will say that I will say that the different materials thrown or the different wastes are in the heart of their creation. From the plastic, the plastic, the aluminium, the organic waste, they reach to create a new product, and these products are making profit for them, and all the other side of this project is the environmental target, which is important for all, and all partners are aware of this importance and are working together to collect waste and to find the SMEs who is capable to make from them a product, and this is the aim of the project.
Yeah, I think that all of you, all of us, recognize that benefits of that interconnection between CCIs, SMEs, and circular practices are not only economical, but social, environmental, and of course, cultural in all these levels, I mean. And I ask Aurelio and Maria Luisa, through your experience, which policies or initiatives are needed to strengthen creative and circular clusters in your point of view?
Allora, secondo me si potrebbe creare un network molto ampio che abbraccia tutta la provincia di Palermo e le piccole imprese proprio per uno scambio di materiali. Sì, vai.
In terms of initiatives, I think that it would be interesting to scale up the cluster to the whole metropolitan area of Palermo for exchanging materials.
E poi ci vuole assolutamente un intervento statale che oltre a definire meglio cos'è scarto e cosa non lo è, ma che possa diciamo, agevolare anche dal punto fiscale l'utilizzo di materiali di recupero.
In terms of public policies, it is, in my opinion, it is necessary to have a public intervention about defining the difference between leftover and secondary raw material, and to favor the use of secondary raw materials through economic benefits, even in terms of lowering taxes.
Ad oggi chi usa materiali di riciclo deve farli certificare a proprie spese e non ha alcun vantaggio economico a livello di tassazione, nessun, diciamo, questo diventa un peso insostenibile per una piccola azienda. Con INNOMED-UP siamo riusciti a fare una piccola rete che veramente aiuta ed è fuori, diciamo, dai soliti circuiti, diciamo, istituzionali.
Usually, each SME okay, I'm sorry. Usually when an SME uses secondary raw materials, needs to certify the use of recycled or upcycled materials by itself, paying for the certification. Through the INNOMED-UP cluster, develop a different system to promote the use of recycled and upcycled materials, and that is a path that can be scaled up and developed further.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Paolo, would you like to continue?
Yes, of course. Just connecting to what was being said from the two friends from CRESM, that the project, the INNOMED-UP project, is a very good example of what kind of actions are needed to support cultural and creative industries to adopt the circular economy. I mean, the actions of the projects, of the INNOMED-UP project, were focused on a few lines, and I will just mention 4 of them. One was training, providing training through the circular economy course that every partner was holding on its territory. At least Prato was holding this with quite a high number of participants. Then the funding is very important, of course, this was mentioned. And the good thing of the funding from the project was, in the first place, it was funding very experimental actions, which is not usual. You cannot find such innovative funding schemes from the regions or from the cities unless you have a project like this. And the other side of positivity of the vouchers was that it was 100% of the costs, which is very important. Sometimes the co-funding is an obstacle for small enterprises. The other one was networking, that is clustering, but also networking among the actors, the creative actors, because also through other studies from other projects, we know that in the last 2-3 years, these CCIs were very much isolated because of the disruption of the value chains, of the lower demand because of the COVID pandemics. And so the policies need to recognize their existence, they need to be appreciated and to be brought up to the light. And this also is the 4th line of action that the project was doing towards the CCIs, was to improve their communication ability and to be present in the city scenario. So I would stop here and only saying one thing. All the policies should have in mind the quadruple helix approach, because the creatives are nothing if they don't collaborate with enterprises, both for economic and let's say technical reasons, but also with the public administrations and with the academia and the civil society. So the quadruple helix approach of the policies is very important.
Let's go to Samia.
What I noticed from this project during the implementation, it's a great shares made by the citizens because all of sub-grants who are participated in this circular economy through INNOMED-UP are especially from the Medina, and they are aware of the big problem who is there. From these sub-grants and through them, we have noticed that all of them, or nearly all of them, have a certificated, but not have the material, not the fund to launch their business or to proceed in. Donc, this project have offer a possibility for them to launch SMEs, to create a new product who is used after to be sold or to be exposed through the open market. We have a lot of product of these SMEs, and they are so important for us and for them especially to create their own business and to carry on with this in future. And we will show after in presentation the different product of them, and you will notice that there is creation and there is creativity from these different sub-grants, and they are happy from of being part of this project, and they will continue express their intention to continue in this target. From of them, there are SMEs worked on this, worked in circular economy and have experience, and others are not experienced, but they have ideas and they can establish a business, especially with I insist on the funds from INNOMED-UP. Thank you.
So, Spiros.
I will focus on the part of the question that says what could be done, if I understood it well, what could be done better in the clusters. And I think that, obviously, I agree with everyone else, and I think that what would be great is to add some consulting, some mentoring on the business part of this. I mean, getting the inspiration and the creativity and the creations is one thing, and it's amazing. Also, getting the money to do it is amazing, but that's one part. You got the money. What do you do with it afterwards? This is the main challenge, I think, that the small creative businesses face, and one is tied to another. Because, for instance, in this cluster now we are at the point that we achieved our goal and we've made the products, and I consider that a success. But the great success would be if what we've done all here continue. And there are many of us that don't know how to make, and this is very relevant to what Mr. Komninos said before, there are many of us that we don't know how to make it bigger, how to make profit out of it, because we may be the creative minds, but we are not very comfortable with financials and profit and margins and all that kind of stuff. And a business cannot grow without all that knowledge. So maybe it would be great if it would be part of a cluster like that.
Okay. And the last question for Spiros. First of all, which are the obstacles you tackled so far, and in which way could be gone beyond? I think it's...
Well, obviously one part is the things I said now. Another part is how could we educate local society on what we do. It's funny because I just had this conversation before, that sometimes when you reach out to other people when they don't know what you're doing through the INNOMED-UP, they're very skeptical about what you're doing and what you're asking. I'm thinking about when I was asking for scrap metal and people were not very sure, why do I need that? Should I trust this guy? Should I ever bother talking to him? That's not very relevant to the cluster per se, but it's relevant to how are we going to educate the rest of the society, that it's not that they don't care, but maybe they're not really aware about the concept of circular economy. And obviously this is an obstacle when you're trying to do something through that prism.
Okay. Let's hear Aurelio and Maria Luisa.
Ok, allora posso? Tu? Allora, diciamo che a Palermo non è un problema spiegare cos'è l'economia circolare, perché il cittadino, quando può, capisce quali sono i vantaggi dell'economia circolare. Ed è una cosa che esisteva già prima, cioè qui abbiamo sempre cercato di riciclare, cioè lo spreco è inusuale. Poi...
No, vai.
Il problema è fare capire alla burocrazia statale che questa è una risorsa, perché questa cosa, cioè fare capire che è economicamente vantaggioso e tramutare il problema storico dei rifiuti in Sicilia in una opportunità che proprio qui sarebbe molto grande.
Okay. I think that in Palermo it's not really difficult to explain what circular economy is, because there is a long-term tradition about reusing materials and upcycling materials. The main challenge is bureaucracy, and the bureaucracy connected to waste management. It is necessary to involve public authorities and to explain that circular economy is a very important solution. Yes, that can be a useful solution for the problem of waste management that in Palermo and Sicily is very big, and that it is not only a solution to the waste management problem, but it's also it can also bring an economic benefit behind.
Niente, Thank you. Please.
And that's all.
That's
Thank
all.
you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Samia.
As I said before, the challenge is big, and the municipality of Tunis is working on to solve this, to reach the target. One of the target is to make the citizens part of this project and to be part of this project and not to refuse the changement. The citizen in Medina, only in Medina, is 700,000 inhabitants, and the number in itself is a challenge to convince them and to be part of this project. Also, other challenge is the Medina the Medina is historical, have an historical building, and it's have a specificity of roads and so on. And this is one of the challenge to make. We should find a solution by using, for example, the smart bicycle or so on. Also, the different materials and the waste found in Medina is not only aluminium carpets, and the aluminium is a big number, but we have also the refuse of the restaurant and cafe and so on, and this is a challenge for the creative and it's challenge for the SMEs to find a product from this refuse. And also all the partners of the Medina should be aware of the importance to preserve the nature of building in it. We have also all the building like Saint Croix, where the open market are done, is in circular economy. Has its building who the municipality of Tunis has renewed and make it a place for training, exhibition, and so on. What else? Thank you.
Paolo?
Okay, so I agree, I'm in line with what was just said by the other speakers, participants, particularly Spiridon, that recognize that what is needed as policy initiatives also represents the solution to the obstacles. So the obstacles are, the main one is a cultural obstacle on the side of the CCIs, because they lack this entrepreneurial attitude and ability. Sometimes, just like for in other sectors, like when you have innovations, good researchers usually are not good managers, economic managers, and the other way around. So for CCIs, a creative could not be the best manager for the firm, so he needs to team up with other actors. So culture, entrepreneurial culture, that also is a way to valorize the CCI is very important, and for that you need training, you need skills, upskilling, you need knowledge, also you need knowledge. And the knowledge is also very important to create awareness on the other side of the CCI enterprise, that is the public, the citizens, the students, the kids. There should be very strong also political actions, I think, to enforce to give up a culture that is use and throw. And for that you have to overthrow very strong economic interests, like those that are, for example, plastic. We have an example in Italy that when we spoke about stopping using plastic bags and this and packaging, there was a huge upheaval from the industry because we are not ready, let's wait, let's see, let's go on like this for a while. So resistances are very, very concrete, you know? We always think we are all thinking the same. It's not like that, unfortunately. So culture, very important to create awareness also in the kids. For the kids, it's like when you raise a child and you start giving a lot of sugar in the diet, he will get accustomed to that. The same thing for the things. If he learns that he can throw away everything because it's not worth it, tomorrow something new will come. That's the way you raise the kid. And then they will go on like that. And what we can do as cities, which is a very important level to create new dynamics in the society. The city is very, very important. Is to, let's say, embed the support for new thinking, new approaches to living, production, consumption, and interaction between stakeholders in our strategic plans. So I don't know if Professor Borsaki will mention that, but in Prato we have a strategy which is called Prato Circular City that is a lot that. Just doing that, to bring all stakeholders together to rethink the activities that we do at city level to endorse the circular economy at different levels for the legislation, for the economic support, for the decisions that we make, and these kind of things. So I think there is a lot to do. And the way is also giving political support to actions that should not last only the duration of a project like this.
I agree that you have a lot to do, but I hope that INNOMED-UP is done one step in this direction. Okay. Are there any questions? Yes, Sadi, Dr. Sadi. Sadi, would you like to come here? Would you like to come here, please?
Yes, okay. This is working. So I'm speaking about recycling. Sometimes in the process of circular economy, I don't know if we really train our SMEs in a way to understand and to realize that the circular economy, it's not one way or one step further. It's a continuous process. Any material, I don't want to say product, any material can be reproduced several times. This means that in the beginning, when any SME starts thinking about this material or this product, putting his pilot approach, he has to think that I will not do only this thing and then the material or the product will absorb its capabilities. We have to think beyond that, that this product can go to further recycling in the future. Maybe this is my understanding, how we have to behave with our SMEs in the circular economy, the process of circular economy. It's not only one step, it's more than a continuous step. The second thing is about the pilot experiment. What we did now, I can assume it as experiment, pilot experiment. But how we can move or produce or develop this experiment into permanent practice. This is the idea. Because now they will finish with this product, with this experience. They will go, they will start another activity. There is no people from the project, how they can think that this will be a permanent practice, how to think, how to put their ideas, how to develop their ideas, how to think, to go outside the box and to start their activity or to continue their activity in this regard. And the final note that about circular practices. Maybe the 2 points lead me to one conclusion. Even in the building, in architecture, we say adaptive reuse of spaces, adaptive reuse of open space or closed spaces or something else. And I think that also for the products, the adaptive reuse is a valid term. And we have to concentrate in our training on these values as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sadi.
I didn't address it to one.
Sorry?
Open discussion.
I can't hear.
I didn't address these questions to certain colleagues, so because I keep it as open discussion.
Yes. So would you have any comments about Dr. Sadi? Give us your opinion.
This project is so important because it's make all partners together and to make a cluster from between the citizen and the civil society, artisan and SMEs, and it's a way to adopt, to make a behavior for our future children or all intervenant. You have said about the buildings, the historical building. I've said we noticed that.
No, I just mentioned them that as to say that the adaptive reuse is not only for monuments or buildings or spaces.
Spaces, okay.
It's also for the products. You see?
I agree with you when we have all the buildings and it's can be adaptable for training or for exhibition. It's a gain for all, and it's important thing to all of us to preserve this building by renewing and make them adaptable for events or and make them in the circular economy, like what we have done in the municipality of Tunis. The building was reused for the subground to make their open market and or we said to go to market. It's began from this building who is we free access to visitors and to inhabitants of the Medina, and it's an opportunity for all to make this idea for real for all, and to make them a future for the SMEs and all of creative and who would to know about the circular economy and to know how and to behave them, how to use and to keep from waste, from zero material, and to become to a product who gains profits. I can thank you.
Are there any other comments? Our friends from CRES.
No, that's fine. Also because we had some problems in hearing Dr. Shadi's comment. I'm sorry.
Okay. I think that we can say the last word for that discussion, and it's fruitful, I think, the discussion which is developed. And thank you very much, Samia, Spiros, Paolo, and Aurelio, and Maria Luisa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Proceed with the two last presentations concerning the guides of INNOMED-UP. But before, I would like to invite Dr. Yakoulas, who is representing the Hellenic Confederation of Professional Classmates to address some words shortly. No, yes, of course.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening to all the participants of this very interesting, fruitful discussion. My name is Dimitris Yakoulas, and I represent the Hellenic Confederation of Professional Craftsmen and Merchants. For brief, we will call it YESEVE. And we are actually an organization representing all the small and medium-sized enterprises all over the country. And we are very proud to be one of the signatory parties of the MOU that was developed within the context of your project. Before I start with a few thoughts of mine regarding the circular economy concept and the project, the INNOMED project, I would like to, on behalf of our president, Giorgos Kavathas, to congratulate all the partners and especially Professor Avgerinou for the successful implementation of this very innovative project. Our president would like very much to be here, but due to some other commitments, urgent commitments, couldn't be so. Now, some thoughts regarding the circular economy concept. As we all know, the impacts of climate change, especially in the last 3 decades, have made us rethink the dominant post-war model of production and consumption and made us move to more sustainable practices of producing and consuming products. Among the sustainable practices has been the transition to a circular economy, as we call it, in which we try to use the waste from one production process as inputs to other production processes. Circular economy is not only this. Circular economy has also to do with the increase of lifespan of projects by maintaining, repairing, and reprocessing them so that they continue to be useful for a longer period of time before they are recycled or even discarded. All of the above practices are not, of course, new. Instead, they were widely used in the recent past. In this respect, small businesses, SMEs, businesses that our confederation represents, by maintaining, repairing, and reprocessing products and materials, contribute substantially to the promotion of the concept of circular economy. However, the existing production and consumption model almost exclusively aims at consumer demand as a growth factor and is based on the short-term replacement of products and materials. I would also like to highlight that while there is a strong debate regarding the promotion of circular economy, in practice, all we see is the promotion of recycling as a single practice of sustainability. And as we all know, recycling is not always the most sustainable method of treating materials and products after their lifespan ends. As a result, the environment, the external environment today for SMEs that want to make operations in the maintenance, repairments, and reprocessing of materials and products is very hostile due to the very exact way of constructions of materials from the industry. In this context, our organization, GSV, as a representative of SMEs in our country, promotes the circular economy, especially the maintenance and the repairment of products. And in this context, during the last 5 years, we have developed some priorities regarding the promotion of circular economy to SMEs. First priority is to develop some policy proposals for facilitating the adoption of circular economy in SMEs. Second, we try to promote the research in the field of circular economy. We have already developed some studies regarding the promotion of circular economy, and we'll also participate very vividly in scientific conferences related to circular economy. And of course, and this is probably the most related priority to your project, is the promotion of clustering of SMEs in the field of circular economy. And in this context, we believe that the cooperation of the Hellenic Confederation of Professional Craftsmen and Merchants with the National Technical University of Athens within the framework of this project further promotes our priorities. And we are particularly pleased to be part of this project as I mentioned a signatory party of the MOU, and we are at your disposal in further capitalizing the results of your project. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Giakoulas.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation. Today, I think it was a very fruitful day with a lot of suggestions. We have been discussing around the circular economy and recycling and upcycling concepts all around the day. And I think it's a good thing to discuss a lot around these topics, because it is important to increase the knowledge, our knowledge as well, around all these topics. I think the challenge for all of us is now to spread this knowledge also outside this hall and the university or outside projects. For this reason, I think guides, handbooks like the ones have been created, have been developed within the project are useful for these purposes. Before, a colleague of Greece in the previous session told that circular economy in Greece is at the early stage. I think we have all to consider circular economy as a concept to be reinvented or redescribed, because in fact in Italy, in Palestine, in all the Middle East, the mentality of circularity is a long-term existing mentality. 50 years ago, 100 years ago, people acted in a circular economy way. Today, I have learned about, or I have heard about concepts like repair, reuse, long-lasting goods. Yes, there was, so repair, reuse were concepts that were normal 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Now we are in another situation. We are in another era, of course. I think we can remark that circular economy is more free when there are no regulation, because now many actions that we are also trying to outline or procedures we would like to adopt are facing with constraints like legislative barriers and also awareness barriers. Of course, we are now, the modern society is within a framework characterized by legislation, constraints, lack of knowledge. I think it's time to reinvent, to redesign circular economy and to readopt and to go back to ancient knowledge and ancient practices. Moving to my presentation, so this was just a remark because I think it was better to remark on this because, of course, if you want, you can see the guide, you can read the guide. But just for outlining something on the guide, this is the index of the handbook we developed together with my research group in the University of Florence, in the research unit on circular innovation and sustainable commodities. Of course, handbooks like this, in this case, we have to describe a model that, in fact, is the INNOMED-UP model. But at the same time, guides, handbooks like this are useful for spreading knowledge and awareness. So it's important to have also explanation, definitions of the topic. For this reason, of course, in this handbook, there is a tentative of definition of circular economy, and in particular, the differences between recycling and upcycling. The aims of the handbook is to provide an overall strategy that looks for a new model of production, especially at the urban level and involving local authorities and industries, of course, in our case, it's the CCIs. Another aim is to stimulate strategic planning at the urban level and inspire new production models among industries, and also to provide suggestions to CCIs to achieve the SDG goals. In particular, if we think at the upcycling, the SDGs covers are the 11, the 12, the 8, and the 9. Why prefer upcycling to recycling? And also providing definitions of recycling and upcycling, I remark again, is important because we have to it is not so if we ask people outside this hall, what is circular economy, what is recycling, I think we get different answers. Some answers will be more exact than other will be totally wrong. So I think it's necessary to remark again and again what is circular economy, what is recycling, what is upcycling. Circular economy and recycling are not synonymous. Recycling is just a small part of a broader concept of circular economy. I give you another suggestion, another example. You know that in Italy, the recovery plan, the national recovery plan, was prepared, was issued, of course, as the same as the other European countries in 2021. Our plan was issued by a new government, so we have change of government, of national government, in between the presentation of the recovery plan. So we were able to read the first draft of the recovery plan issued by the previous government and the final version issued by the government of Mario Draghi. If you look at the chapter
on circular economy, there are huge differences in interpretation of what is circular economy. So the message is, we have to stress and to address politicians, because they have to know what circular economy is, what recycling is. So we have to talk with politicians, because if you want that legislation will change, we have to talk with politicians. So this is just a table to show the differences between recycling or upcycling. I tell you that I prepared these slides also to show to my students, so I have to explain them what is the difference between recycling and upcycling. I think we are all aware about the differences. And also what cultural and creative industries are. So I move to the model. There are some preconditions for an effective implementation of upcycling system at the urban level. These preconditions are awareness and knowledge of materials, deep understanding of local context and supply chain, community awareness, system of incentives and communication. Many of these inputs came also from the previous sessions. The awareness and knowledge of material is important because at the local level, we have to know what is available and what is available at what could be marketable or exchangeable. We have to create networks, as we said before, between industries. There are, of course, legal constraints. Previous examples, so the movement of the waste material is not possible. For example, in Italy, it's possible, but we have to prepare the document or to pay or to call the authorized driver and so on. It is also interesting and important, the deep understanding of local context and supply chain. Take into account that the waste of an economic activity could become a resource for another one. So, for this reason, it's important to understand what is available and what is needed. This is another thing that is not common, because maybe in this building we have a production activity. In the building near us, there is another one. It is not, maybe the two economic activities or people doesn't know each other, so there is no awareness about the availability of materials. Community awareness is as well interesting and important, so local community plays an important role in this process, and also, as Paolo said before, involving citizens is important in the framework of the quadruple helix approach. It's important the system of incentives. For example, the VAT could be reduced for upcycled product, so you don't pay VAT on upcycled product, so the price decrease, and they are competitive with the product that are made with original materials. So this is the model. This is the proposal of the INNOMED-UP model. Let's start with the urban metabolism analysis. Then there is the elaboration of local CCI's need map. to move to planning of a short-way supply chain, it's important to consider a short supply chain. We cannot use materials coming from another region or another country for this by using this kind of approach. Then other activities are setting up administration tools to foster upcycling supply and demand. And finally, there is needed a system evaluation and monitoring. Just a few words for each of these stages. Regarding the urban metabolism analysis, it is necessary to have a clear image about local demand and supply, as well as their interconnection with the global market. In this sense, platforms or electronic or digital solutions could help on this. There is the proposal of some questions to conduct the urban metabolism analysis. Then it is important to map the CCI's input needs. So it is important, of course, to identify all the needs, but at the same time the process and the final good and waste produced. The importance of the short waste supply chain, so don't move the waste from a region to another, but with this aim of valorization of the waste has to remain in the place where they was produced. The role of local authority. So local authority plays an important role in managing the overall cooperation, coordination among CCIs. CCIs, traditional businesses and final consumers, with what solutions and tools? By providing specific training program or to improve the transfer of knowledge and data, or to enhance the creation of industrial symbiosis and eco-parks, and to decide bureaucratic simplifications. There are all suggestions that came from the previous session. I remark and I would like to stress on the concept of industrial symbiosis. Industrial symbiosis is the myth of the cooperation between industries, and is a concept that is perfect also for CCIs, and the production, so the waste of an economic activity became resources for another one. This is industrial symbiosis, but for having to have industrial symbiosis, is important that industries, each other, knows about the respective activities and production. And finally, there is a wrong title, is evaluation and measuring. So once the management system is set up, must be monitored and eventually corrected and adapted to new emerging trends. I conclude with this sentence of Professor Giorgio Nebbia, was a commodity scientist, Italian commodity science, and one of the father of the environmental movement in Italy. So salvation can only come from spreading the culture of hope and non-violence towards other human beings and nature. It's a question of recovering old and forgotten values. So circular economy is something that is old, that need to be rediscovered and to reinterpret it. And so it's a question of recovering old and forgotten values of respect for others, of solidarity, of international relationships clean of the violence of oppression, competition, power, and money. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Leonardo. It is very, very good words.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. In preparing our friend Afnan from Palestine for the presentation of the guide on financial tools, I would like to invite the representative of the Silver and Goldsmith Association, our old friend, Mrs. Dolly Boukogiannis, to address some words. And από εδώ, Dolly. Dimitri, Afnan is online. So, Mrs. Boukogiannis.
Hello, everybody. I hope I am clear and loud enough. Well, I'm here on behalf of our association, which was established in Athens more than 100 years ago. We have the honor actually, of collaborating with INNOMED-UP on this very, very interesting, but I have to admit, difficult project. We have agreed to have a container or a bin, whatever, smart, of course, in our offices in Athens, where craftsmen can pass by and leave things that they don't need anymore, which we could hopefully return into what we call circular economy. With this project, we have two, well, collaborating, but at the same time, different targets, let's say. It is the symbolism of a circular economy and the reality. We will try very hard to make that a sustainable move, something that will go on. And the symbolic part is that by doing this, we hope to inspire, let's say, our people to think in this way, not only to come by and leave some of their leftovers, if we can call that, because our materials are quite expensive. So this is kind of a strange name, our leftovers. We will try to symbolically show them, and it's not a nice thing to say show them, but incorporate them in this effort to think in this way, that it's not only our materials, but it's many, many more things. So this I consider the symbolic part. On the realistic part, it is, of course, the materials that will be coming in, and then we will have to attract people to come and pick them up, because this is the story. But also, by getting people coming to us and communicating with us what they have to communicate, and we communicating with them what we have. So we don't see it only as strictly an upcycling of leftovers, but also like upcycling our whole community. So this is our aim. We consider it an honor to be part of it. We consider it also very difficult. We will do our best, and we hope to have results which everybody will be proud of. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dolly. So we're going to the last presentation, and after that we have a short concert in piano before the reception, farewell reception of this day. So our friend Afnan from Palestine is connected. She can speak with us. Someone third.
Hello, Professor Sofia.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah, this is Bahir. I'm going to present the Access to Finance Guide. Okay, can you see my shared file?
It is okay. Is Bahir? No, no Afnan. Okay.
Yes.
Bahir. Okay.
An urgent
Thank you,
concern,
Bahir.
so I'm going
Thank
to
you.
present
Please
it.
proceed.
I'm sorry that you have to hear me again today. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about the guide for access to financial tools for CCI SMEs who want to innovate in the circular economy. Actually, the guide has been finalized in 2 languages, in English and Arabic, and it will be published digitally and in a printed version, size A4. The purpose of the document was initially to guide CCI SMEs who innovate in the circular economy, and also to offer guidance to business organizations or chambers or any stakeholders who want to offer mentorship programs for SMEs to access finance. The long-term objective of this guide is basically to ensure the sustainability of the project's results after the project ends. The expert has collected information about all the available and accessible financing tools that CCI SMEs could access on a national, Mediterranean, European, and international level. The main scheme of the guide included a final template with brief definitions of main terminologies related to creative industries and circular economy, like the basic definitions, and a little bit about innovation, domains and sectors, supporting organizations, and also support and financing opportunities or programs for the SMEs in each participating city. The journey of developing the guide started by development and distribution of a data collection tools to partners in 7 cities, to 7 partners, and also follow up with all partners on the data collection and quality assurance of the input. We received the collected data and developed the final guide covering all partner cities. We also had a literature review for the related terminology and concepts, and overview of how stakeholders can support SMEs. And the final part was the translation into Arabic. Some adjustments were needed through the development process to cope with differences between partners. A redesigned template was also proposed in accordance with recommended modification of partners after the data collection. The final adopted template was implemented to match every partner local sequence, and a high-quality Arabic translation was proposed. The final structure of the guide included an introductory note by the project leader, something about the INNOMED-UP project, a description about the guide and who can benefit from it, what is CCI SME and other terminologies, domains and sectors, what is innovation, how to use the guide, and definitions of stakeholders and supporting organization. This was before introducing the core content of the guide for each participating city according to its sequence, including info points. We presented all the available and in the near future opportunities for CCI SMEs that they can access or they can apply for, and to make use of these opportunities in order to develop their projects. We also added a section about how stakeholders and supporting organizations can help CCI SMEs, taking into considerations the lessons learned from the experience in INNOMED-UP project. Also, a list of all partners and contact information was annexed at the end of the guide. Some challenges while preparing the final guide and aligning it with the design tools. Two questions were considered. Does this template or the final scheme of the guide align with the intended objective, and is it suitable for our specific context? Are these tools effectively designed to generate this guide? Certain sections of the guide underwent redesigning after approving the proposed template to suit different contexts for each country. This was everything. Thank you very much. You can review and see the guide very soon in digital or printed version. Thank you very much.
I think that we have arrived on the end of this fruitful conference, the final conference of our project. I think that it is a very demanding, not, I cannot say difficult, but demanding project after all these difficulties and obstacles that we have faced during the last 4 years. So I would like to ask you to prepare your presentations in the texts of your presentations. Even the participants of roundtables has to write some words, the central idea of their participation, because we are going to publish the proceedings, so we need texts. So please, because we have to accomplish all this procedure until the end of August, so we need the text very soon. And our friend Obaida has made already a call for the publication, so she needs the text, and we need the approval from the communication officer of managing authority. So on time, we are before the summer holidays, so we need to prepare the text quite soon. Anyway, I would like to introduce you now Christos Plakotaras. He's a student of National Technical University, and he's a solist of piano.
Hello, I want to welcome you to Greece as well. I'll be brief. I'll interpret for you two pieces on the piano, two very famous pieces, and well beloved by both musicians and audiences, to close up the conference. The first one is a prelude from Rachmaninoff, also called The Bells of Moscow, and you will hear them. The sound of the bells is really prominent. You will notice them. And the second one is Frédéric Chopin's first ballad. It is a lyrical masterpiece, and I really hope you enjoy it. I wish you a nice listening experience.
Thank you, Christos.